President Bullicus, the live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the December 15th, 2021 regular board meeting at the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:37 p.m. Per CDPH guidelines, masks are required for all individuals in all indoor public settings, regardless of vaccination status. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or participate by phone. A registration link has been posted on the board meeting agenda page of our website for those who plan to call in to address the board this evening. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bronstein.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here. Mrs. Hayes, before the board recesses to closed session, do we have anyone? We have no callers and no speaker cards. The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items: public health emergency, consultation with agency counsel, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 11 cases. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 4 cases. Conference with real property negotiators, property, Pacifica San Juan property, and the South Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility. Student expulsions, 2 cases, and conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, and unrepresented employees. The board will now recess to closed session.
President Bullicus, the live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the December 15th, 2021 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:10 p.m. And I'd like to say happy holidays to everybody and thank you for being here. Per CDPH guidelines, masks are required for all individuals in all indoor public settings, regardless of vaccination status. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or telephonically. A registration link has been posted on the meeting agenda page of our website for those who plan to call in and to address the board this evening. Oral communications, which comes early in the agenda, is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. By board policy, the total time allotted for oral communications is 20 minutes, with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. But the per speaker time may be less if there are a large number of speakers. Under California law, board members cannot respond to non-agenda oral communication comments. Please note, if we have any students registered to speak this evening on the agenda items, we will hear them before adult speakers. As a reminder, once an agenda item has begun, no further blue cards will be accepted. And please note, exhibit number 4, selection of trustee participation on various committees. Additional information has been provided to trustees regarding the CSBA delegate assembly roles and responsibilities, and there are copies in the back of the room. Also note that exhibit 23, Mastery Connect subscriptions from Instructure, is not a ratification. Staff is striking through the word ratification. This item did not go into effect in October. This agreement has not been signed and will begin December 16th and with a board approval. The board report for this item is correct. Exhibit number 41, draft plans for trustee area boundary redistricting. An additional PowerPoint presentation has been provided to the trustees. Copies are at the back of the room and also on the district website. Mrs. Hayes, could you please call the roll?
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Bronstein.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here.
Student Advisor Padilla.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here. I'd now like to ask for JT Williams, the ASB president of Dana Hills High School, to please come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Second.
Moved by trustee Davis and seconded by trustee McNicholas. Roll call, please.
Student Advisor Padilla.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to adopt the agenda with a preferential vote of aye from Student Advisor Padilla.
Mrs. Hayes, if you'll please read the report out from closed session.
On agenda item 3A, public health emergency, no reportable action. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following ADR cases. Case number 202000430M, 2021052M, 202108227, 20211004, 20211015, 20211018, 2021-1021, 2021-1028, 2021-1108, 2021-1112, and 2021-1115. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following OAH cases. Case number 2021-05-0726, 2021-070783, 2021-090902, and on OAH case number 2021-10-0093 as amended. On agenda item 3D, conference with real property negotiators, no reportable action. No reportable action for both items D1 and D2. On agenda item 3E, student expulsions, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendations on the following cases. Case number 2022-002 and case number 2022-003. On agenda item 3F, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. That concludes my report.
Thank you. This evening, the board will reorganize and elect a new president, vice president, and clerk of the board. This process is completed annually in December per board policy. During this reorganization, as the current presiding board member, I will facilitate the election of the board president. Please note that a nomination for any office does not require a second, and that trustees may nominate themselves for office. Following nominations, the board will vote to elect a president effective immediately until December 2022. The newly elected president will then preside over the remainder of the meeting, including elections for the vice president and clerk of the board. We do not have any speaker cards, so I'm going to move forward. And I'd like to just say at this time, it has been an honor and a privilege to be president of this board and working with my colleagues this last year. But I'm ready to hand over the reins. It's been a tumultuous 2 years. Our process, as we take all nominations in a list and then vote one by one until one of the candidates receives 4 or more votes. At this time, I will accept nominations for the role of president of the board.
I'd like to nominate Martha McNicholas as president.
We have a nomination of trustee McNicholas and trustee Hanachek. Okay. Do we have any other nominations? Well, then that makes it easy. So do we just state at this time? We do still have to vote. Okay. The nominations are closed and we have one candidate, trustee McNicholas.
We should take a vote on trustee McNicholas. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries 7-0 to appoint Martha McNicholas as board president for the 2022 school year, beginning tonight.
Well, now
We're gonna just
take a brief break,
seconds and
change seats.
That would be great.
Take my chair with me.
We're gonna have beacons come in and help.
Be confused.
Thank you. That's all right. I think I remember. Okay, thank you, trustees and audience. We will now take nominations for the office of vice president. Do we have no nominations for vice president?
I'll nominate Krista Castellanos.
Okay, Krista Castellanos has been nominated for vice president. Do we have any other nominations? Hearing none, the office is closed. Do we have any speaker cards on this item? No. Okay, then we are ready to vote. All in favor of Krista Castellanos as continuing as vice president, say aye. Also, any against, say no. Krista Castellanos remains our vice president. Okay, at this point, I'll take nominations for the position of clerk of the board.
I nominate trustee Jones.
Okay, are there any other nominations? Hearing none, the nominations are closed, but we have one candidate. All those in favor of trustee Jones as continue as clerk, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Passes 7-0. Trustee Jones is our clerk. Okay.
We take like a 2-minute break.
Are we not doing the different committees and nominations first? Okay, at this point with the trustees, we select trustees for participation on various committees. So what I'm going to do is go through and tell you who's on them now. If you have an interest in staying or going or replacing somebody, please let me know. Number one is the nominating committee of the Orange County Committee on School District Organization. One trustee and one alternate. Trustee Jones is currently that representative, and I am the alternate. Is there anyone else that would like to serve on that position? Trustee Jones, would you like to continue? Okay. And I'm fine being the alternate unless somebody else would like to step in. Okay. That's not the one with the dinner. It's the next one. Yeah. The number two is the OCBA Political Action Group. This is the Orange County School Boards Association. This is the one that has the dinner. Okay. It meets in October, January, March, and May, and there are two trustees right now. It's trustee Jones and myself. And I think we missed both dinners because I think they had them on a Wednesday night. So I think we missed them anyway. Is there anyone else with Amy? Excuse me, Trustee Hanachek, would you like to serve on this one? No? Okay. Judy, I think this would be a good one for you. Orange County School Boards Association. Since you were involved with CSB at the state level. Well, that's true. It's a political action group, so there's more advocacy involved. So, Gila, you want to still do it? Okay, Judy, if you'd like to do it, I'll step down from that. Because I was this is actually two positions, two trustees.
Okay, I will accept.
Okay, so trustee Jones and trustee Bulkus. Okay, the ad hoc committees, and these are our trustee representatives that work with our different cities. City of Aliso Viejo is trustee Castellanos and myself. City of Dana Point is trustee Hanachek and myself. City of Laguna Niguel is trustee Jones and myself.
How did I get? Oh, these- Okay, City of Mission Viejo is trustee Bullicus and trustee Jones. City of Rancho Santa Margarita is trustees Bronstein and Bullicus. City of San Clemente is trustees Davis and Hanachek. City of San Juan Capistrano is trustees Jones, Bronstein, and Hanachek, and the Ladera Ranch Civic Council is trustees Bullicus, Bronstein, and Davis. Is everybody satisfied with their
I'd just
participation?
like to suggest that we consider revisiting this after the boundaries are decided.
Okay.
Because I think that, well, for example, depending on what is chosen, some of us may get parts of Ladera Ranch who never did have it before. And so I think that it's worth talking about later, but I don't think we need to change it now.
Okay, I'd suggest we stay with it, and Mrs. Hayes, we could revise it at a later date if we needed to. Okay. All right, number 4 is the District Restructuring Council, 1 trustee. And this is, I think, a county position, no? Okay, I'm not even sure what this is, to tell you the truth. And right now, trustee Davis is the trustee with trustee Castellanos as the alternate. And I don't think that met this last year.
Didn't, we may have to just ask Rich Montgomery to address it. I believe it's a committee that we also have with CVA.
Oh, okay. We do? Okay. So trustee Davis and trustee Castellanos, are you okay with maintaining that? Okay. College and Career Advantage, that's 3 trustees. Right now, it's trustee Bronstein, trustee Jones, and myself. I would like to continue.
I would also like to continue.
Okay,
Just have to double check. Is this year 2 or 3 for you guys?
There's no limit on this one.
I know.
I mean,
know.
oh,
I'm just- you know
I see
how
what you're saying. Oh, okay, okay.
It's fabulous to be part of CTE along with everything else. So just when you're ready to
Okay.
rotate again, I'm
All
just
right.
wondering, I think it's been about 3 years you guys have been.
well, I was on for 2 and then off for 1.
Okay.
Now I'm back. I was back. Yeah, I know you're watching me. Okay, okay. Yeah, I know. It is a great group. Okay, California School Board Association, we have 2 delegates and 1 term expires. My term, right now it's trustee Bullicus and myself. My term expires this coming March. Trustee Bullicus expires the following March. So I guess in theory, trustee Bullicus is still on the board or on as our delegate. So we really need to only vote for 1 delegate. And I would like to continue to do that unless somebody wants to fight me for it.
I would like to keep trustee McNicholas as my partner in.
Okay. I think we're a good team. I think we're a good team. So that will remain the same. And do we have any speaker cards on any of these assignments? Nobody here? Okay.
Forgot the last one.
Oops, I'm sorry. I turned 2 pages. Board Policy Subcommittee, 2 trustees. Right now it's trustee Bronstein and trustee Jones. Meets quarterly or as needed. Are you okay with staying on those? Okay. All right. So may I have a motion to approve the trustee participation on the various committees?
Motion to move?
Moved by trustee Bullicus, second by trustee Hanachek. This is just a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Passes 7-0. Okay, now the fun stuff. Please recognize, I would like to recognize Ryan Burrows, Chief of Communications, Public Engagement Officer to present tonight's Associated Student Body. Go Dana.
Good evening, President McNicholas, trustees, and Superintendent Vital Brulti. At this time, I would like to recognize Dana Hills High School Associate Student Body President, JT Williams, Activities Director, Sandra Mesa, and Principal, Dr. Brad Baker.
Good evening, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Christian M. Vital Brulti, district staff, and community. My name is JT Williams, and I'm the student body president at Dana Hills. I just wanted to start off by thanking y'all for the opportunity to speak tonight, thanking Dr. Baker and Mrs. Mesa for the opportunity to represent our school, and my parents for supporting me throughout high school. I'd like to start out by saying that the move back to in-person has been one that has been near universally appreciated by our students. While we know it hasn't been perfect, the ability to connect with our peers in the classroom is something that us seniors would have been devastated without, and we have made the most of this opportunity. Some of the events that have been highlights for us was our homecoming halftime show, where anybody who wanted to participate was allowed to come on the field and dance, and we were able to sell out our stadium. Another standout event that we were able to do was our holiday light show. The pandemic gave us entirely new challenges in terms of planning our events, and our creative solution to create a drive-through light show allowed for an event that was accessible to the entire community while still remaining extremely safe. We also invited all of the clubs at our school to participate, ultimately building school-wide traditions that can continue to stand. Sports and extracurriculars have also been a standout this year for us. Our football team was able to safely play their entire season, and it gave our school something to root for every Friday. We've also had many other successful sports such as volleyball, and we're in the middle of great winter seasons featuring soccer and basketball. As an actor, the ability to perform in front of audiences was greatly missed, and we've had performances nearly every week to make sure to take up the advantage and the opportunity, which has been amazing from the student side. Looking at our future, as the president, I hope to provide the most seamless transition for our seniors during their final semester. We're spending extra time on events such as prom and senior awards, and especially graduation. The plan to have one single graduation for the entire class is a high priority for us, and we hope that we can continue with that plan to keep such a tight-knit group of students together during such a special day. With 2020, there were so many traditions lost that people either forgot or never even got to know about, and my goal going into the next semester is to establish a culture of school spirit that can long outlive my time at Dana. It is important to not only focus on this year, but making sure that future years have the groundwork laid to be the school that I know it can be. Thank you so much for letting me speak today, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, JT. Just want to let you know, I have the fireworks on as my screensaver on my phone from homecoming. That was a fabulous.
And I saw the light show on the Insider. I thought that was a great story and looked really cool. Wish I'd known about it, that I would have driven through.
I tried to drive through, but I could not find the end of the line. So I parked and walked through. So sorry about that. Anyway, okay. At this time, I'd like to recognize Superintendent Kirsten Vitale.
As many of you know, we lost our dear friend and colleague, Tim Brooks. On November 21st. Tim had a long career in CUSD, and he leaves some big shoes to fill. He's one of those very rare people. He was a great man and a great leader. He was hired on February 5th, 1996 as a teacher at Las Flores Middle School, where he then became an assistant principal. Tim served as principal of Royal Vista K School and was promoted to executive director of human resource services. I was honored and so lucky to have him join my leadership team as associate superintendent of HRS. Tim put the human in human resource services. His life, his legacy, and his work in CUSD impacted thousands of students, families, and staff. He had integrity. He had such honesty. He was encouraging, kind, thoughtful, smart, and he had a great sense of humor. He served students and their families in such a positive and deeply influential way. He mentored and led our staff with the same sense of commitment. Tim was always focused on children and supporting adults to meet children's needs. He is greatly missed here and across this district, and it is our honor to celebrate him this evening. So at this time, we will share a presentation honoring Tim Brooks.
Gonna stop you crying, we'll be alright. Just take my hand, hold it tight. I will protect you from all around you. I will be here, don't you cry. Oh, I'm so small, you seem so strong. My arms will hold you, keep you safe and warm. This bond between us can't be broken. I will be here, don't you cry. 'Cause you will be in my heart. Yes, you will be in my heart. From this day on, now and forever. You will be in my heart. No matter what they say, you'll be here in my heart. Always. Why can't they understand the way we feel? They just don't trust what they can't explain. I know we're different, but deep inside us, we're not that different at all. And you'll be in my heart. Yes, you'll be in my heart. From this day on, now and forever. Don't listen to them. What do they know? We need each other to help to hold. They'll see in time. I know when destiny calls you, you must be strong. Some may not be with you, you got to hold on. They'll see in time. I know we're stronger together. 'Cause you'll be in my heart. Believe me, you'll be in my heart. I'll be there from this day on, now and always. I'll be with you. I'll be there for you always, always and always. Just look over your shoulder. Just look over your shoulder. Just look over your shoulder. I'll be there always.
Thank you all. And I know there are services for Tim Brooks, Sunday, December 19th at 2:30 at Crossline Church in Laguna Hills. And, you know, the families encourage people to come. And so you're welcome to come. And thank you for the team for putting together such a wonderful tribute to Tim Brooks. I know he'll always be in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Would you like to continue with your comments, or do you want trustees to go first?
I think I'll have trustees go first.
Okay. Trustees, anybody have comments they'd like to make? Krista, Trustee Castellanos.
Thank you. I would just like to take a moment to recognize trustee Bullicus for her service as our board president. So we have this plaque for you, trustee Bullicus, and we'd like to thank you for your service last year as president.
All right. Thank you, Judy, for your leadership. Trustee Hanachek.
Yes, thank you so much, trustee Bullicus. This has not been an easy thing, juggling remote and in person, and we very appreciate your time at the helm. I just wanted to add just a brief thoughts about Tim. As a new board member back in 2012, I didn't know anything. I was a mom from schools, and to come into this district office is actually overwhelming. But I figured Tim out right away. I saw this amazing man who had a twinkle in his eye, a sense of joy and love and heart. I didn't really know who he was, but all I could think of was, I want to be with him. That's my guy. I want to be over there with him. And he's gone too soon and left a huge hole in this district. He was part and parcel of CUSD. He was a little boy in our schools, and he certainly will be greatly missed. And I hope all of us can channel that spirit of love and laughter this holiday season and always in memory of Tim. Thank you.
Any other trustee Bullicus?
I would just like to add those trustees and cabinet members that remember pre-COVID, and everything today was that before COVID? Because it's like those 2 years just kind of get wiped out. We had, during the summer, boarded a yellow school bus and traveled around to the different schools where the teachers were being trained. And there is, I'll call it an inside joke about Tim Brooks. Every school we stopped at, we'd all go walking in and everyone's Tim, and the arms flew open and the hugs and the kisses. Everyone was so excited to see Tim everywhere we stopped that even Clark Hampton started taking pictures everywhere to capture that. But it said so much about Tim. He was beloved, and when I reflect on him and the kind, gentle man that he was, and the sense of humor, and the devotion, and like I said, the love that permeated wherever he went, and the great respect for him. I'm honored to have worked with him and to have gotten to know him. And he is going to be sorely missed, as you all understand. Thank you.
Anyone else? Gila?
Well, I was fine until I started seeing the pictures. And I just wanted to say, probably a lot of people here didn't know Tim, but those pictures, his personality shone right through. What you saw in those pictures, that is who he was. Wonderful man.
Trustee Davis?
I wasn't okay before the pictures. To know Tim is to love Tim, and he is definitely beloved and will be greatly missed.
I guess my comment on Tim is kind of short and sweet. I didn't really know him as an administrator, as a teacher. But within the human resources organization, the two words that come to mind are respect and trust. And he had that with and for everyone. Everyone trusted him. Everybody respected him. He trusted everybody. He respected everybody. And that's what will stay with me. I had some other things to say, but they don't make any difference right now. They're kind of trivial. So.
Okay, so my last comment of this year, I wanted to take a minute to, as we hold our final board meeting of the year, I want to thank our students and families for your partnership in support of serving our young people. You know, we all can agree that these are challenging times, But as I committed to all of you in the spring of 2020 with this Board of Trustees, we will get through this together. So regardless of the challenges, each year at this time, our schools and our communities come together to serve the greater good of our district, to support those who are struggling. The philanthropic work and service projects adopted at our schools and in this office is always inspiring to me. Our district office staff is participating in Adopt a Family event, serving families who are homeless or experiencing extreme need. And we partnered with Families Forward to provide Thanksgiving meals. Schools across our district are doing food, toy, clothing, pajama drives, with students and families bringing items to school to be distributed to local organizations with our teachers and classified staff. I just want to at this time remind all of us the importance of another kind of giving, giving of grace, understanding, compassion, kindness. It's so important how we treat each other, being fully inclusive, seeing and being sensitive to each other's perspectives, even if we don't always agree with them. These acts of giving of ourselves are also so important now and throughout the year. And as I remember Tim, he would want that message. So I want to thank you all for your generous giving and wish you all a very happy and healthy holiday season. And we will meet again in 2022. That concludes my comments.
Thank you.
Student Advisor Padilla, you have any comments?
I won't be speaking to you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Martha, I have a separate just comment.
Okay, Trustee Davis.
Happy December. I would like to publicly acknowledge the city of San Clemente and their commitment to the safety of our CSD families. I appreciate San Clemente Mayor Jean James, Mayor Pro Tem Chris Duncan, Council members Kathy Ward, Laura Ferguson, and Chris Noblack for their unanimous decision to add 5 adult crossing guards to the intersection surrounding Shore Cliffs Middle School. Their quick action to address the safety concerns of CUSD students and families exemplifies excellent public leadership. On behalf of CUSD and myself, thank you, San Clemente. I would also like to acknowledge the work done by community member Amy Swanson in heading this up and making sure this took place. Separate note, yesterday morning, Birdie Sarah Middle School, also known as BAMS, had an incredible breakfast to celebrate the 21 students that were formerly English language learners. They have been redesignated to English proficient students. This is a byproduct of the work being done at BAMS this year and every year. Under the direction of Principal Nick Stevers, Assistant Principal Amanda Sobolowski, and ELD Coordinator Christine Gibson, with the help of the PTSA, staff and administrators, there was a beautiful catered breakfast and incredible assembly, which included a tunnel of love. Over 60 family members were in attendance, all before school even began and the rain came tumbling down. Special shout out to Assistant Principal Amanda Sobolowski and Christine Gibson. On the night of November 14th, hundreds of pairs of shoes accompanied by letters were left at the entrance of the school district offices. The display was poignant and sent the message that these shoes represented parents and students who are opposed to Governor Newsom's vaccine mandate for school children. I've read through the hundreds of letters left, and I was moved by various viewpoints represented. This isn't a homogeneous group only opposed to vaccines. This is a group with diverse backgrounds, many of whom are vaccinated, but oppose a mandate. Their message was clear. With the vaccine in its infancy, let us make our own risk assessments when it comes to children who bear little risk from a COVID infection. California remains the only state in the nation with a COVID vaccine mandate for K-12 students. Have you asked why? I can tell you thousands of parents in our district have, and they want answers. I don't want this effort to go unnoticed by the governor, which is why I will be personally delivering the letters to the governor's office in Sacramento on January 3rd. The letters have all been scanned and are available for anyone to peruse. They'll be on the district website if they're not already. I was elected to help fight this battle. Public education is too important not to stand up for it. Since the implementation of the mask mandate, we've lost more than 8% of our students in CUSD. We will not give our children over to COVID hysteria, and we will continue to fight against this mandate. And I wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, and remember that kindness goes a very long way. In honor of Tim Brooks, it is my hope and prayer that we will always be kind and careful about what we say.
Okay, I am going to add a couple of things, not Tim Brooks related. Happier note, actually. I was pleased to enjoy a choir and instrumental music concert at Dana Hills last week. So nice to see kids in person. So nice to see them performing. Have missed that the last 18 months. Also Saturday night, Miguel Hills performed at Capo Valley's beautiful theater. Again, wonderful performances, given that our music teachers have had very restricted protocols on how they could teach. The other thing I wanted to just briefly mention is some of the things, some of the sessions that I attended at the California School Boards Association in San Diego on December 1st through 3rd. And I'll just leave you some titles. I will be sharing the PowerPoints and my notes with the rest of the trustees, but there you can see a theme here. Session 1 was Critical Race Theory, Ethnic Studies, and AB 101. Elevating Youth Civic Engagement and the State Seal of Civic Engagement. Ethnic Studies, Past, Present, and Future. Pure Politics, the Coming Impacts to K-12 Schools. New Times Call for New Tools, Do More with Digital. That's mostly for old people like me. Best Approaches for a Successful Local School Bond Election. Masking and vaccination laws. That one I actually didn't get into. It was standing room only. Many sessions were recorded, and as soon as those are available from CSBA, I will gladly share them with trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to represent you at CSBA. Thank you. At this point, we are in oral communications. This is for non-agenda items. The total time for oral communications shall be 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per individual. It could be less based on the number of speakers. Mrs. Hayes.
We have 7 speakers this evening.
Okay, so I think that's pretty close to our 20 minutes. So they'll get 3 minutes per speaker. And I'll let Mrs. Hayes call the speakers.
Our first speaker is Greg Young. Following Greg, we have Melissa Anderson, Brett Stoll, Shannon Kurtz, Jennifer Loya, Jean, and Neil.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the tribute for Tim, a dear friend and colleague. So thank you very much. So on Monday, November 15th, many pairs of shoes were left outside the district office as a sign of protest over the possible vaccine mandates for students. Shoes displayed in this manner are symbolic of those who suffered and died in the Holocaust. If those who left the shoes claim ignorance to that connection, well, they should now consider themselves to be informed. But if the subtle intention was actually to draw an equivalence between the millions who were imprisoned, suffered, and died during the Holocaust with the possible mandating of vaccines for students, then any who did this with such intent should be ashamed of themselves and called out for it. Ignorance can be forgiven through education. but hate is often subtle. And there is no place for hate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Superintendent Vital and board members, this is the first time I'm doing this, so I'm a little bit nervous. I'm up here for a teachable moment. My name is Melissa Anderson. I have been teaching for 33 years. Most of the years have been for CUSD at Las Flores Elementary. I've had 3 children attend and graduate from Capo Unified School District, and I'm proud to say that my granddaughter attends Viejo, a dual immersion school, because I support cultural diversity. I want to first start by saying thank you to each and every one of you for the countless hours that you have spent to keep my family safe during these ever-changing times. I am aware of the tremendous effort you put in, and this has been an amazing feat. I too spent many hours online along with you, although at times I tried to stay awake. You were in awe of all that you do. You have worked for change. I'm here as an educator because I've heard your message that we must be culturally aware. We have changed the way we look at things in the classroom in order to better educate our students to make them aware of cultural symbols. We no longer make models of symbols like totem poles because we have changed. It is our responsibility and duty to deal with situations which arrives where things may be culturally symbolic in a negative way. To evolve is to make changes to our current attitudes and actions. We must change in order to rebrand how people think and feel. Being Jewish, I think the fault lies on us because we have done a poor job of educating negative messaging. If we don't educate people but decide to ignore the leaving of shoes in front of the district office, a symbol used to represent the murder of innocent people, it is no better than the use of a yellow star. Both are references that can't be anything less than the intent to categorize a group of people for genocide. This is obvious. These obvious symbols are being used for something other than what they are. By ignoring the action, we allow seeds of anti-Semitism to generate. We need to be the evolution for change. And as an educational membership, it is up to us to educate. Just like the totem pole assignment I was not allowed to do this year, I urge you to be not only leaders, but a voice for change. Thank you.
Thank you. Up I have Brett Stahl.
So my name is Brett Stahl. I have a son that goes to Tesoro High School. I appreciate all of you and for serving on the board. I can't imagine what it's been like for the last couple of years. So thank you very much. I just wanted to read an excerpt from Dr. Malone, Robert Malone, who is actually the creator of the mRNA vaccine. He actually holds a patent for the technology. He just made this statement December 10th at the Global COVID Summit. And I think it's just important that we hear what he has to say. He says, "My name is Robert Malone, and I'm speaking to you as a parent, a grandparent, a physician, and a scientist. I don't usually read from a prepared speech, but this is so important that I wanted to make sure that I get every single word and scientific fact correct. I stand by this statement with a career dedicated to vaccine research and development. I'm vaccinated for COVID, and I'm generally pro-vaccination. I have devoted my entire career to developing safe and effective ways to prevent and treat infectious diseases. Before you inject your child, a decision that is irreversible, I wanted to let you know the scientific facts about this genetic vaccine, which is based on the mRNA vaccine technology that I created. There are 3 issues parents need to understand. The first is that a viral gene will be injected into your children's cells. This gene forces your child's body to make toxic spike proteins. These proteins often cause permanent damage in children's critical organs, including their brain and nervous system, their heart and blood vessels, including blood clots, the reproductive system, and this vaccine can trigger fundamental changes in their immune system. The most alarming point about this is that once these damages have occurred, they are irreparable. The second thing you need to know about is the fact that this novel technology has not been adequately tested. We need at least 5 years of testing research before we can really understand the risks. Harms and risks from new medicines often become revealed many years later. One final point, the reason they're giving you to vaccinate your child is a lie. Your children represent no danger to their parents or grandparents. It's actually the opposite. Their immunity after getting COVID is critical to save your family, if not the world, from this disease. In summary, there is no benefit for your children or your family to be vaccinating your children against the small risks of the virus, given the known health risks of the vaccine that as a parent, you and your children may have to live with for the rest of your lives. The risk-benefit analysis isn't even close. Thank you.
Next speaker is Shannon Kurtz.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shannon Kurtz. I'm a parent of a freshman at Tesoro. I'm going to read a letter of a temporary medical exemption from my son's neurologist at Chalk Hospital. To whom it may concern, my son is currently under my care at Chalk's Children Neurology. At this time, I do not recommend him getting the vaccine yet due to risk of severe immune reaction to the vaccine, which could then potentially significantly worsen his tics. Allison Prescott, pediatric neurologist, Chalk Children's Neurology. My son's condition was potentially triggered by medication and was not diagnosed until 6th grade. I promise that there are other children that have not yet been diagnosed with neurological and other disorders, and that a universal mandate for the vaccine could potentially injure or worse children who have not yet been diagnosed, and or those whose parents feel pressured to get them vaccinated without consulting with their doctors or specialists first. If at any time this district decides to take more medical authority than a Chalk Hospital pediatric neurologist, I'll be forced to make the unfortunate decision to pull my son from this district, water polo, and the team of friends he loves in order to save his life. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Jennifer Loya.
Sorry, forgive me, I'm struggling a little bit with the mask because of my heart problem. I can't imagine the pressure you all have been under this year, and I know you've borne the brunt of a lot of anger that isn't rightfully meant for you. I know that you're obligated by your contracts with HHS for a lot of this stuff, but I wanted to make sure that we're aware that these masks, the vaccines, they're all under emergency use authorization. And as that, we have the legal right to refuse. It's part of the EUA. And in fact, I'm going to read this statement from Children's Health Defense. This serves as a notice that the mandate for any individual to wear a mask against COVID-19 for employment or attendance at a university or other institution violates federal law. All COVID masks, whether surgical, N95 or respirators, are authorized, not approved or licensed by federal government. They are emergency use authorized only. They merely may be effective. Under Title 2021 SC, I'm not going to read all that. Individuals who the product is administered, that the secretary has authorized emergency use of the product, that the significance known and potential benefit and risk of such an extent which benefits the risk are unknown, that the option to accept or refuse administration of the product of the consequences, if any, of refusing the administration of the product and the alternatives to the product are available and of their benefits and risks. What I'm asking is not for you to violate your contracts or the mandate, but just to not enforce children being forced to wear the mask if their parents so wish for them not to. I'm asking for choice, and we legally have the right to do it. All you have to do is not enforce it. That's all. You just have to allow parents to make that medical decision for their children. I have an autistic son. My older son is having headaches, severe respiratory cough. He's been out of school 3 separate times from wearing a mask. not all children are the same and not all people believe the same. So I'm simply asking for you to honor our right to refuse. Thank you. I'm going to give you so that.
Our next speaker is Jean.
Hello, board. Like the previous speaker said, you guys are under a tremendous amount of pressure. I understand that. I do want to recognize Trustee Davis for her courage and taking the letters. That's awesome, taking the letters to the governor and expressing the concerns of the community. When I think of the vaccines, if these vaccines were the end all to be all, you wouldn't have to mandate. I mean, we'd all be out getting them. And there's a lot of questions about it, and it really does come down to choice. It's a personal decision, and the mandate is it's beyond unconscionable. Anyway, that's one point. The second point, which seems trivial compared to the whole vaccine thing, which I brought up before, which has to do with the whole critical race theory thing. And I know on the website you've announced that you don't teach critical race theory. And I know it's been stated here in the past. But what's concerning is the cultural plan, the proficiency plan. It gets into the basis. I mean, it's founded on principles that critical race theory talks about. So here's your statement on the website, this is a good statement at the beginning. It says, you're committed to equality, diversity, inclusion, tolerance, and human civil rights for all. We are proud of the diversity in our schools and communities and recognize that our statements and programs must truly reflect our values. We denounce any act of racism, intolerance, discrimination, and we are committed to treating all individuals equally with fairness and kindness. And that's a good statement. But where I'm concerned is that you then point to the cultural plan as your guide. And then it says, there's a question, you can go to the cultural plan, and this says, what is cultural proficiency? It says cultural proficiency is nested within the SEL competencies and includes respecting diversity, building healthy relationships, staff cultural competence, cultural responsive learning environments, instructive and restorative discipline equitably, not equally, applied, and policies and practices with a focus on equity. So that's my biggest concern, is there are policies in place that treat people differently based on racial categories. And that really is the foundation of critical race theory.
Our next speaker is Neil, and then we'll go to Michelle Blossel Campbell online following Neil.
Thank you, board. Yeah, it's been a heck of a 2 years, and I do appreciate everything you've done. My wife would typically be here. This is the first time you're seeing me. My two kids go to Journey Elementary School, one of the charter schools. We love this school. We love this district. We don't want change. We don't want to have to do anything else. I'm really happy to see that, especially Lisa Davis, thank you for your words. Those were very kind. My wife was a part of leaving those shoes, and there was by no means a parallel to the Holocaust or anything like that. I don't know where that derived, but those were just to send a message. She was heartbroken when they were all removed the next morning. I think somebody took a picture, but clearly we were at least happy that somebody took the letters and did something with them. So thank you very much. 10 years ago, when we had our first son, Kason, we were met with the current vaccine, status, the traditional vaccines that we all know and trust. And we did the risk reward analysis. I'm an engineer, so that's my life. And at the end of the day, we opted to get all of our kids vaccinated with the traditional vaccines. And we decided to spread them out, despite, concerns about autism and all the things that have come up with those. This is not that vaccine. We all know this is not that vaccine. This is premature. What our government's doing is insane, in my opinion. There's so much going on right now. It's such a scary time. And when you start messing with the little ones, that's when people get really feel helpless, and to where we've been called terrorists and this and that. I mean, it's insane. I'm very glad that hasn't happened here, and every time my wife comes, I always tell her, be nice, kill them with kindness. Because I know that you guys just draw a blank face once, you start getting screamed and yelled at, as anyone would, but what I saw here today was not what I expected, actually. And like I said, Lisa Davis, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. We love Orange County. We love being here. We don't want to do anything different other than just to continue sending our kids through the Capo School District all the way through high school, and just help us do that. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Next, we'll go to Michelle Palacio Campbell online.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board President McNicholas, and other trustees. As the first half of the year finishes, our PTA units across the district have been busy planning activities to support students and teachers' holiday activities. Parents are excited to be welcomed back onto campuses for morning assemblies, volunteering outdoors, and getting more back to normal. We hope that everyone has a safe, healthy holiday season. And lastly, if you want to support Nagel Hills, there is a dine out at Rubio's Coastal Grill tomorrow. What a great way to start our winter holidays. Hope everyone has a safe holidays, and we'll see you in January.
Thank you, Michelle. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any other speakers?
That completes our speakers for oral communications.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we have, before we start our consent calendar, we have a public hearing, and I need to introduce Clark Hampton to present
This item is simply to call for any speakers for the public hearing.
Okay. This is the public hearing is on the draft plans for trustee area boundary redistricting. So the public hearing is now open. We have one speaker on that.
The time is now 8:10. Our first speaker and only speaker is Michelle Palacio Campbell. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. We appreciate the public and transparent way our district is moving through the redistricting process. I support maps Bravo, Delta, and Echo for how they keep Aliso Viejo all within a single trustee area. Given the board's work later tonight to explore an Aliso Viejo city bond for school facilities, I think this is important to keep it in one trustee area. I also appreciate how Map Echo has the schools hosting the Mandarin immersion programs all within one trustee area. I look forward to how this process continues and the maps being brought back to us in January of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, then the public hearing is closed at 8:11. Oh, maybe. Okay, then it's time for the consent calendar. We move on to the consent calendar. Please note, per board policy 9323 and in accordance with the law, the public has a right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes if on multiple items or 3 minutes per one item. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for consent calendar?
We have one.
Yes. On item.
She didn't list the
okay
consent.
We'll see what she has to say.
Michelle Palacio Campbell is our speaker on consent. Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what number consent ends on, so I make sure I read all the necessary ones. Okay.
37.
37. Okay, perfect. So I have on 2 of them. So first, I'm speaking on item number 6 and item number 27. I'm sorry, my notes got all jumbled as I was trying to find that. So for item number 6, I love digital. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. The data collected each year on the California Healthy Kids Survey gives a bird's eye glimpse into the culture of our schools, allows us to help intervene if there are any challenges being faced by students in our communities, and to celebrate what we are doing well. The California PTA uses data collected through the California Healthy Kids Survey to guide advocacy work. I know this data is also used by the OCDE to compare trends across Orange County as well as the state. We support the use of this survey, especially because it allows parents to opt out if they don't wish their student to participate, while still providing valuable information to our school sites from those who do. And in a similar line, in the past month, PTAs around the district have donated $72,361.03 to their local schools through the district gift fund. Parents and community members make significant financial and time donations to our schools each year. PTA appreciates partnering with the district to provide excellent educational opportunities to the students of CUSD. If you have yet to join your local PTA or PTSA, please call your neighborhood school and ask to join the PTA today. And remember, you can be a member of more than one PTA. Thank you very much.
How do we find out what we do for redistricting if we don't want to go into San Diego? Yeah, same committee.
This is redistricting. Can I go ahead and explain that? Or do you want to?
Well, I just don't want, the board can't interact with the audience. There's an item on the agenda tonight that actually shows you maps of the potential redistricting of trustee areas in Capo Unified. That's all that item is.
So there's nothing San Diego, there's nothing Irvine, nothing. This is just within Capistrano Unified.
Okay, so that's switching over. We aren't going to be addressing that.
Yes, there is an item on the agenda later.
Later.
Just redistricting in Capistrano, in our district, not all the way down to San Diego.
Well, not San Diego. No.
Yeah, we just can't interact back and forth though. I just encourage us not to.
Until that item comes up.
And there's staff in the back that can clarify and show you the item.
Okay, so we have no other comments on consent items? Okay, trustees, is there any items that you want to pull from consent for individual discussion?
Number 8,
Jones?
number 8.
Number 8,
27.
trustee Davis was number 27. Any others? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance.
Second.
Moved by trustee Davis, seconded by trustee Bronstein. That's a roll call vote for consent. 6 through 37 minus number 8 and number 27.
Student advisor Padia.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. The consent calendar passes 7-0. Usually we move those items to the end. If the discussion is short enough, we can do it now. What's the pleasure of the board? No, move it to the end. Okay. All right, we're on to discussion action items. This is item 38, instructional materials recommended for adoption, secondary English language arts and history social science, supplemental novels grades 6 through 12. Dr. Merwin.
Thank you very much, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Patel Brulti. Staff presents item 38, instructional materials recommended for adoption, secondary English language arts and history social science supplemental novels, grades 6 through 12. As it states in the report, a committee of 27 teachers is requesting the adoption of 5 supplemental novels for English language arts and history social science. All books were approved by majority vote of the Instructional Materials Review Committee, and the voting results are included in the report. Doctors Carrie Johnson and Meg Urbis are here this evening to help answer any questions that you have. Staff recommends approval.
Do we have any blue cards on this item?
We do have 2 blue cards. Both of these folks are online. Our first speaker is Shelley Gustafson. Shelley, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak. My name is Shelley Gustafson. I'm a teacher at San Clemente High School. I've been happily teaching there for 22 years and teaching all the grade levels, but specifying in 10th grade, and very familiar with some of the books that are up for adoption and the supplemental materials for the books that are already taught in our curriculum. Tonight, I'll be speaking about Trevor Noah's memoir, Born a Crime. And I'd like to say that Noah's autobiography, Born a Crime, is an excellent example of how the sharing of lived experiences is a wonderful and accurate way for us to learn. Born a Crime is filled with riveting true stories of Noah's experiences growing up during apartheid and during the struggles to fit in even after it ended. And yes, this book does include topics such as racism, the cycle of poverty and apartheid, but it focuses on love, personal growth, and resiliency through religion, education, and humor. Noah is Christian and grew up with a devoutly religious mother, going to church several times a day and even several times a week and several times a day on the weekends. In fact, this book is an ode to his mother. She's strong and fierce, and he explains how he attributes his eventual success to how she raised him. If this book is adopted, his stories will help our students understand the effects of apartheid, a topic discussed in 2 of our 10th grade novels, Cry the Beloved Country and Master Harold and the Boys. Noah is a person of color, he's current, and his stories will enlighten and entertain our students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Colossal Campbell. Michelle, go ahead.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. I am speaking as a private individual, not representing any group or organization on this item. I support the adoption of these novels tonight, recognizing the review of our exceptional educators and their need for these texts. I celebrate how Effort Divided is by a local author and touches on issues some kids in our district are experiencing today. White Teeth is a challenging but strong book and appropriate for the AP class that is requesting this novel. My biggest challenge to the book was the small text size and my aging eyes. But the content is great at the challenging students to delve into the higher levels of Bloom taxonomy. So please support these novels and work of our exceptional educators tonight by approving them all. Thank you.
Hey, trustees, any discussion on this item? Trustee Hanachek?
Yes, I would move the item. I support staff's recommendation to approve the adoption of a secondary English language arts and history social science supplemental novels, grades 6 through 12.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Bronstein. Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Davis?
There's a couple of things. Just starting off, someone stopped me at the grocery store the other day and shared their concerns about the new novels being presented for adoption. The curriculum that's being adopted in California, cancel culture that is happening in our country, and what it means to be an American. It got me thinking a bit more about what we are adopting as a district and the responsibilities we have to be the best for the future adults we are educating. I have noticed that mature content has exploded in the past decade. It's no wonder that a study published by the National Institute of Health shows that early exposure to sexually explicit media results in risked sexual behavior among teens. We have always intuitively known this, which is why rating systems were developed to help parents and children navigate media content without censorship. Other concerns such as language and violence were factored in to help someone discern what type of content they would be consuming. I personally choose not to view certain types of movies and any rated R movies. Unfortunately, books have not been given the same treatment, and we watched in real time as classic books, which may deal with mature themes but don't engage in explicit content, get replaced by new novels which have been shown to normalize pedophilia and shows graphic content that could normalize fetish behaviors. Our responsibility is to educate young minds without polluting their minds with content that is inappropriate for their age. We must set a high content standard so all students may partake in great literature together. There is a plethora of literature that meets this criteria. We don't need graphic depictions, violence, sex, or copious amounts of profanity to reach that goal. The amount of filth in many novels we are considering is far above a rated R movie rating. All that being said, there is much to discuss about these novels. I've read 4 of them and the 5th one not completely, but there's a bunch of parts that I feel like we need to really think about what we're adopting and why, and what's the why behind it. There was someone that reached out about white teeth in particular. There are 15 pages devoted to masturbation. Is this particularly important to the overall story? There's a reflection on his character being Muslim and using his left hand versus his right hand. I don't think there's any connection to his Muslim faith in regard to that or any connection to the overall story. The passage seems to be simply gratuitous and another example of the book plodding along without plot or character development. I think that there's a lot of really good books that are out there by authors of color, but we need to be careful about what we are putting in front of our children.
Yes.
Even high school students are children. They are children, and what we put in our mind never goes away. When we watch a movie, that is forever marked in our brain and in our heart, in our soul. And the same with books. We read to get and jump in. We are reading it rather than watching a movie because we are creating that in our mind, and that never leaves. And when we have several of these that had some really, I'm fine with uncomfortable, but I'm not okay with inappropriate. And yes, teachers will use this to help prepare for AP tests, right? White Teeth is chosen because it is a novel that has, for the AP Lit class, that's a part of that that's on there. Well, there's also a whole lot of filth in there. So I'm not sure that I have the right answer. And I wish that the AP test didn't have that book in there because I'm absolutely against that one in particular. I did serve on the IMRC this year, the Instructional Materials Review Committee. So I did read all the novels this year and went over curriculum, and I think it's really important that we vet properly and we have honest discussions about what's happening and what we're choosing as a board to vote in.
Thank you, Trustee Davis. Trustee Jones?
So I also read all these books, although I haven't finished White Teeth, and I'd like to talk about the other 4 first, because White Teeth to me was a little different. I was so impressed how these 4 books were truly to me about the indefatigability of the human spirit. All these people faced horrible challenges or difficulties. Some were more horrible than others. And they all came through with their heads held high and having learned something and having grown. And that was just so impressive to me that every single one of them did that. I felt that one of the things I really liked about Born a Crime, and yes, it does have some bad words in it and such as that, but it taught me some very interesting things. There was one of the things the agenda report brings out is that it has to do with governmental abuse of power, which also was one of the themes of First They Killed My Father for different reasons. But I felt that some of the interesting aspects about these books were having to do with what they talked about, the way they addressed racism. For example, in Born a Crime, we learned about the racism going on in another country. Same thing in First They Killed My Father, although it was more classism than racism. And I think it's important for young people in America who hear about, oh, there's all this racism, there's all this stuff, to learn that these problems are happening in other countries just as much or have happened or more. I mean, what happened in the killing fields of Cambodia is horrible. What happened under apartheid in South Africa is horrible. It was interesting to me, and I think it would be interesting to members, young people in our community, to know that in South Africa, well, in the United States, we consider Trevor Noah to be a mixed race person. In South Africa, he was not. He was a non-person because their main races are white, black, and what they call colored. Colored is not a mixed race person. Colored is a whole ethnicity that is descendants of long ago residents who had one black parent and one white parent. He had tremendous difficulty being accepted in society under apartheid, and I think shortly thereafter, because he was not colored. He was not white, he was not black, he was not colored. And I think that's an interesting lesson for young people, partly because we have ideas in this country about race and racism. And what he experienced and what was going on in South Africa at that time was totally different. And I think that is such an interesting lesson for young people to learn. And I understand that there's some bad language and this and that, but it's, it is for somewhat older children. It is very interesting. There's a lot of really funny scenes in it. And I felt that young people would like it. I also thought that, again, First They Killed My Father, where there's a lot of just horrible stuff that happens to this family. They are the family of I think a police captain, and they live in the main city. I can't think right now what it's called. And when Pol Pot takes power, because they are middle class, they have to go out to be re-educated, and basically everything is taken away from them, and the peasants are given much more. And I think, again, this is something that our young people don't necessarily know about, but that this kind of thing happening in a lot of communist countries up until somewhat recently, maybe still, I don't know, is something that they ought to know about. And the brutality that happened to these people is, again, just really, really important and interesting. I felt that the first rule of punk was so interesting. Again, a mixed race young person whose father is Anglo, whose mother is Mexican, and she struggles with, which identity is she going to be part of. A Friend Divided, I liked very much because I felt that it was a very honest depiction of life of a lot of young people in this district whose parents are undocumented. They're born here, but their parents are undocumented. I really like these books. I do understand the objection to Born a Crime because of language, but it is such a good book otherwise. Now, White Teeth, I understand that a lot of people might object to some of the topics, some of the language, et cetera, et cetera. My feeling is that when you are taking an AP class, you are taking a college class. And we've had this discussion, in this district before where there was mature things being discussed in an AP class and how some parents objected to that. And this is what you find in college. You're going to be dealing with books with mature themes and mature activities and language. And I don't think I could approve this book for anything other than AP classes, but I think for AP classes, it's okay. I do want to say, I didn't like the book. I know some people did. I didn't care for it at all. I actually started forcing myself to read a chapter a night because I thought it was such a poor book. And I was hoping that the teachers who were supporting it would be speaking tonight, because I think that the district knew that there was some controversy about it. I'm really on the fence about that one. I didn't like the book. I thought it was uninteresting. The reviews talk about how funny it is. I didn't see a single syllable that was even slightly amusing. The book goes on and on. There's like 3.5 pages describing a building. And it's like, well, why in this teeny tiny print, as someone pointed out? I didn't like the book. I think that young people would primarily be bored by it. I had to force myself to sit down every night and read a chapter. Anyway,
thank you for the book review.
Yeah. But, I mean, I just feel like these are important books, and we're going to probably be approving them. And I did read them, and maybe not everybody else did. So.
I have a couple questions before going to Trustee Hanachek. Just a clarification, Dr. Merwin, on the reason we have an IMRC is that we have a broad spectrum of parents and teachers that are doing this review. And we recently tightened up our whole IMRC process, right? So that we 7 don't have to, we have to rely on the process that this goes through. So I just want to confirm that these did go through that process.
Please define broad when you say broad. That we have a broad spectrum.
Well,
people.
More than 17 people. I mean, more than the 7 of us. We're not on that. It's
2 of us were. 2 were.
On the beginning. Okay, now our new process, though, we aren't. Right? Okay. So can you define how many people were on that then? We all had an appointee on that, plus the teachers, right?
Yes, that's correct. So we had, as it mentions in the report, this started in September, and then we had voting concluded October 6th. We provided another 2-week extension. So you can see the work of the IMRC was happening prior to bringing the board policy revision on November 3rd. So the membership changed after November 3rd and the board policy was approved. This was the previous membership with the 2 trustees and all of their reps, all the representatives on the committee, as well as the administrators.
And as the board report says, all of them were approved by majority of the IMRC.
That's correct.
With 1 no on Efren divided and 2 no's on White Teeth, 12 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstain. So that was my first question. The second is, these are supplemental novels, not required novels, right?
That's correct. They're all supplemental novels.
And these don't replace anything that we already have on our approved novel list, do they?
They do not.
Okay, so we haven't taken off any previously loved and adored books to put something new and more diverse on there. I just want to make sure, what our goal is, and this is the step towards it. Superintendent Vidal, do you have a comment?
You just clarified too, the board is approving some of these books only for a specific class or only for a specific grade level. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct. So as it states in there, for example, White Teeth is only for 12th grade and it would be for the advanced placement class. As it mentions, it's already on the AP literature list. And they are very specific grade levels for each novel. So, and as it states in the board report, that there's teacher training that will be provided, curriculum guides as well to make sure that there is proper context and unbiased viewpoints as these are presented.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Hanachek, did you have a comment?
Thank you so much for the clarifying questions. And it's very exciting to have this much passion about books. How fun. It's almost kind of quaint, and I really enjoy it. So I do have a motion out there to move these books forward. I would like to say just a quick thing about White Teeth. Again, taken into context that this is a college level class. And I admit that it won't be for every student. A student would have to be, for lack of a better word, rather sophisticated. As I was reading it, they'd have to understand British imperialism, you know, the sun never set on the British Empire, and understand then where that came from for that thing. Also, I do want to move the novel forward because it is on the list, and there will be students that find this fascinating, especially linguistically, how she weaves her use of language, her use of very high level of vocabulary. I actually had to get out my dictionary. The novel is ironically 20 years old. And there are some interesting articles about how it's kind of holding up. So that could be an interesting thing for a class or a student to look at. It says one of the endearing qualities of her was a warm-hearted book, is that it makes racism here not only ugly and stupid, but ludicrously out of date. Well, when you think of current things that have been happening, wow, you know, this is something to really think about, especially as a college level student going into that. So again, very excited. I want to thank all of our board members for reading them. I read them as well. Really excited about them. I love the resiliency and grit of all of these people and those included in White Teeth. So I would like to continue to call the vote.
We do have a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Trustee Boulokas.
I want to dovetail on Trustee Davis's comments. I have an appointee who I really rely on the IMRC. She's very thorough. She used to be a teacher. White Teeth is the conversation that I really hooked on with her. And in the end, my representative is recommending this book. One of the things that, you know, we've all mentioned here is that there is a question that is on the AP test. Well, okay, then I certainly want our students to be prepared if it's on the AP test. But like Trustee Jones, even though my representative said that she would vote and did vote positive, she said the plot was just all over the place. She didn't enjoy the book and she would never read it again. I just wonder why, like, there isn't any other book we could have, you know, selected that gets these points across. My problem is the fact that just recently I went to the city of Mission Viejo and through a grant, there was a mother-daughter who did a video and then wrote a book and did a presentation in terms of the encampments after World War II for the Japanese. And this woman was there. And I invited my Japanese friend whose parents lost everything and attended. It was really interesting. And I came away thinking, yes, this is what we need to teach, because what I learned from that, it just gives you the perspective of other people and what they're going through. And again, we mentioned before, and I'm going to bring it up again, Hidden Figures, the movie. I questioned when that came out. It happened in the 50s. I was born in the last part of the 50s, but it's like, why did it take so many decades for me to learn about these Black women so intelligent and mathematical, and that Mary Johnson, was the one who NASA renamed their headquarters after her. But when I watched that movie, and I don't remember the rating, it didn't take, there was definitely things in it that's like, can you imagine that they did that? And she had to go running out in the rain to go to another building across the way just to use the restroom, that we would put people through that. But there wasn't the language, there wasn't, there was obviously the point was made. But, and we keep saying, well, you know, these high school students, these senior, well, they're going to become college students. Okay, but they're not college students yet. You know, they have to get there, but we have to decide really what do we want in terms of the messaging? Do we have to always have this language? Do we have to have adult? And to Trustee Davis's point, the statistic from in terms of introducing them to explicit sexual content. So every time we look at these novels, and there's thousands out there, and this is what we have brought forward, I can't help but look at it. And in terms of white teeth, I mean, I get the points that are being made, and I appreciate Meg's write-up in terms of presenting these. I just think we have to be very conscious about, was there an alternative? Was there another novel? Did we weigh it? Can we present this without it being just so explicit in some ways? And I always look at it as like, would I want my child reading this book? It's like, I'd like to select something else. And I do know when it comes to AP Lit, that they don't read the whole novel. You know, they don't have time. So I know the teachers, they're picking out, and you could probably verify this, they're reading excerpts for whatever it is that they're trying to, the point that they're trying to make. So, but once the student has the novel, they can read the whole thing if they wanted to, but I think most don't. They just read the parts that the teacher assigns them.
I have another clarifying question, that these novels have come at the request of our English teachers. True? So if you want to bring up Manzanar encampments for the Japanese and Hidden Figures, find an English teacher to get you to request it beyond, I don't know, they may already be on the list.
Farewell to Manzanar is one of our approved books.
Yes.
Oh.
I actually wanted to say that we have to remember this is supplemental, and and most teachers probably won't use this. It's not, remember, it's not replacing.
Not replacing anything.
One teacher that's going to teach it. It's just that to be able to teach it, we have to approve it. So yeah, like I'd love to have Hidden Figures on the list too, but we're not, it's not an either or.
Okay.
It's so important to prepare the kids for the AP test. I mean,
I agree with that. And I would love to write the people who put together the AP test to say, why do you have to use this? My point is just, as we move forward, we should consider in terms of, and I'm not saying, well, I want Hidden Figures as a part of this. Sure, I would. But I'm saying that the stories can be told, and they can be told in such a way. Because when I looked at these novels, and they're talking about what people have gone through, and some of the points was about immigration. And yeah, they're immigrating to the United States. And we've got so much tear down right now of the United States and all the horrible things we do.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because I believe Trustee Hamachek called the question, and I improperly allowed additional discussion. When she calls the question, we vote. It's not a vote.
So then you're saying that all trustees could not speak on?
Everybody has spoken who needed to speak, and she called the question. She didn't call the question.
Speak before Trustee.
I'm working.
True.
I'm on this is parliamentary procedure, and I'm going to start putting everybody on a 3-minute clock. Okay, we're never going to get through this. I appreciate your points of view, but we're gonna vote. No, Lisa, we're gonna vote.
Just a parliamentary question.
Yes.
When you finish all the questions or discussion.
No, we had discussion. When she made the motion and it was seconded, we've been discussing it. Yes, you made your huge speech during discussion. That was, when you call the question, it stops discussion. It stops debate.
Okay, so that's how we're supposed to get someone calls the question before any discussion, then that stops.
No, I'd say that's out of order. Because you have to have discussion. And you did have discussion. And then she called the question. So we're going to vote now. Okay, all in favor of approving the novels as listed, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No. No.
It passes 5-2. Thank you. I'm going to move on to item 39. Instructional materials recommended for adoption. Secondary world languages, supplemental novels, grades 9 through 12. Dr. Merwin again.
And thank you again, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Patel Brulti. We present to you item 39, instructional materials recommended for adoption, secondary world languages, supplemental novels, grades 9 through 12. Advanced placement French teachers are requesting the approval of them. I don't speak French very well, so I'm doing my best. And the companion workbook, AP French language and culture exam preparation for use with AP French students. Dr. Johnson and Irvis are again available to help answer any questions. Staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Do we have any speakers on this? No? Trustees, any questions, comments? My only comment on this was we got the updated version of French, but is there an updated version of Spanish? And I think the answer was no, not yet. Is that true?
There is a 2020 version of the AP Spanish equivalent, and we have a world language lead teacher who contacted colleagues, and that new version was reviewed, and there were only minor adjustments that didn't, in the response of the teacher, warrants considering the new version.
Didn't need to be updated. Okay. Good. This also, my other question is we only have 60 AP French for students across the district.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So the $18,000 is being spent on 60 students. So it's about $300 a piece.
Because for the initial purchase, we would also need to get the teaching materials.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, I got it. Any other questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the item.
Second. Moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Jones. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Passes 7-0. Okay, we are on to my favorite subject, math update. Dr. Merwin.
And thank you very much, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Patel Brulti. We are also very excited to present this to all of you this evening. This is item 40, presentation on mathematics. We do have a PowerPoint, so I'll ask. Thank you very much, Corey. So the topics of our presentation will include the revisiting of the staff recommendations from our last presentation on mathematics to trustees in April of 2020, connecting our current practices and programs as well as proposals and future goals in mathematics connected to the vision of a CapoUSD graduate and the board direction from our June 2021 board workshop. A brief overview of district math data in overall student achievement, as well as data regarding access to advanced math courses by specific subgroups. Updated accelerated placements for criteria for advanced math course in middle school. An update on the state's math framework that is still in the developmental stage. A deeper dive into our current math programs and professional learning for both elementary and secondary teachers. And finally, proposed next steps to increase access to more challenging coursework in mathematics for our students. Joining me this evening for the outstanding curriculum and instruction team, we have Drs. Carrie Johnson and Meg Irvis, Peggy Burst, and STEM coordinator Karen Gauthier. We will be co-presenting this evening. You know, like with the remote control, we kind of like reality. Yep. Okay. Okay. So this next slide shows our district goals on the left-hand side compared to the state math framework that is currently under development on the right-hand side. Placing them side by side demonstrates a shared focus on increased access and a shared interest to have more students be successful in mathematics. So the district goal on the left-hand side, see if I can get the pointer to work. But there we go. There on the left-hand side more explicitly defines the work in mathematics under our department's goal. So if you remember from September of this year, our department goal number 3 was achievement and social emotional needs. And that was articulated as multi-tiered system of supports to provide learning, recovery, and enrichment in mathematics. So what you see on the left is a more explicit definition of how we are focusing work this school year. Also, our overarching department goal includes literacy as per the September goal that was approved by the board. We will actually be coming back in early spring to talk about literacy tied to these same areas of focus. But tonight we are focusing on math, and it is again nested within the MTSS goal. So I'd like to emphasize a few of the key values in this goal on the left for our district. Number 1, the focus on improving student outcomes for low to middle performing students and students who are Black, Indigenous, people of color. Number 2, the focus on continuing to support our high performing students. And 3, the focus on access to challenging coursework, implementation of strong teaching practices, strategies, and a review of math outcomes in middle school advanced courses for various student subgroups, including English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and BIPOC students. So in other words, analyzing carefully our advanced courses in middle school, where now more students in certain subgroups are accessing advanced courses, and more students and monitoring their outcomes so that we can determine how best to support those students. So that is a more clearly defined goal underneath our department goal regarding MTSS, focusing on math. So to kind of break it down a little bit more for you, we've got some overarching themes and goals. Access, challenging and rigorous coursework, instructional practices that effectively support students, and including more students in what we'd like to call an expanded math community. And this terminology coming from the state, we really felt very strongly that it's about increasing that community of mathematicians, of our students who are successful and inspired by math. So the next 3 slides, I will very briefly provide some historical context, and then we'll get into the meat of the presentation. But over the past 20 months, and again, you have to think back, this is April 2020 was when we were last presenting to the board. And our current district goals that were on the previous slide are actually continued work from what we brought to you in April 2020. So as it states on this slide, at that meeting, staff made recommendations that have set in motion a lot of the work that you are going to hear about again tonight, including training in cognitively guided instruction, CGI. This was emphasized back in April 2020. Supporting our 4th and 5th grade teachers to differentiate instruction in math so that students receive intervention and enrichment to meet their learning needs, including iReady data and as criteria to access accelerated math courses. And then the use of multiple measures for math placement in 6th grade. So back in April 2020, those were recommendations based on board direction. And as you start to see where we are and where we're going, you can see that the foundation was laid with that work. So fast forward to June 2021 and our board workshop on the vision of a CUSD graduate. So if you recall from that evening back in June, the key competencies of a student graduating from our district were defined, and they're located on the top right of that visual. And we do have, if you're in the audience with us here physically, you can see it over on the side. There are 5 key competencies that are listed. The one that is explicitly connected to mathematics is at the very top. It's the one that says innovative problem solver and critical thinker. So at the conclusion of that board workshop in June, staff receives direction from trustees to focus on our efforts tied to math and developing competencies in our future graduates. And the direction that related to mathematics was as follows: Develop and strengthen existing policies and practices to ensure access to rigorous courses. Review middle school acceleration and math pathways for students to ensure access. And revisit and reconsider board policy that impacts grading and evaluating student achievement to ensure fair and consistent grading practices. So we are very excited to be back here tonight to have this conversation with all of you. And tonight, again, we are focused on the first two components involving access and pathways around mathematics. We will be returning again to all of you at the April board meeting to begin the conversation on grading and evaluating student achievements in the context of access to challenging coursework. So the next slide, now we will start to get into some data and get into the meat of the presentation. Dr. Kerry Johnson will actually continue the presentation with the data, and I'm going to hand this over to him.
Thank you, Dr. Merlin. You were doing such a good job with the clicker. I don't know if I can live up to that standard, but I'll try. This chart compares Smarter Balanced Assessment math scores for the 2018, like I said, you're doing a much better job than I was. For the 2018-19 school year, which is shown in blue, with a combination of iReady scores for grades 3 through 8 and Smarter Balanced Assessment math scores for grade 11, that's shown in red. The iReady scores were correlated with Smarter Balanced achievement levels to approximate a comparison with the 2018-19 scores. The chart shows a small increase in standard not met and standard nearly met, and a slight increase in standard met. Standard exceeded shows the most significant change with a drop of 6%. Though we would like to see more positive results, the data show that CUSD teachers were able to maintain learning for students even through distance and hybrid learning. The next chart compares the percentage of students enrolled in Math 7 Accelerated in the 2019-20 school year, shown in blue, and the current school year, shown in red. The first pair of bars shows a 3% increase in current sixth graders qualifying for Math 7 Accelerated. It should be noted that these students had extensive access to iReady personalized learning pathways while in grade 5. The second set of bars shows a 3% decrease in current seventh graders accessing Math 7 Accelerated. Staff attributes this to a general dip in grades that prevented some students from qualifying for Math 7 Accelerated. The chart also shows increased access for socioeconomically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, and English learners, but a slight decrease in Hispanic and redesignated students. I would now like to turn it over to Karen Gauthier.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Good evening, new President McNicholas, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Vital-Brilti. I am the fortunate one who gets to tell the math story now. So go back a couple years ago when you asked us to review how our placement criteria was. Am I loud enough? Corey, you're looking at me. Am I loud enough? Good, okay. You peeked around the corner. So looking at the placement criteria, so this kind of gives you the timeline. In 2019, we were using the Math 7 Accelerated Placement Test, which was sixth grade math standards. At that time, the board asked us to review that testing and look at optional ways that we could be assessing students to have more access to the Math 7 Accelerated courses in sixth grade. So in 2020, in the midst of COVID hitting, we looked at our middle of year iReady diagnostic assessment, as well as our fourth grade SBAC scores for our current fifth grade students. Last year in 2021, we were able to give our iReady end of year diagnostic. However, we did not have any SBAC results from May of 2020 to fall back on as well. But as Dr. Johnson just showed you, we had a 3% increase in students qualifying. This year in 2022, we will use the iReady end of year diagnostic as well as the fifth grade SBAC scores for students. Another additional measure is we have included iReady diagnostic data in addition to grades and final exams to help support students in staying on that accelerated pathway. So I will now see if I can do the great job you did it. Oh, look at that. Must be the corner. All right, so I'm going to go over just a few key points of the math framework. The math framework is non-binding, so it's a guidance document that is under review right now. It is getting public comment, I think, in the month of December and January, and it is up for adoption in July now. Originally, it was May when we started preparing this presentation. They've now given it more time. It is naturally revised every 7 years to offer guidance. It identifies the design of instructional materials for adoption and guidelines and research-based approaches. Oftentimes, when we're teaching teachers and providing professional development for teachers, we go back to the math framework and ask them to read parts of it, because it is a guidance document in research and the approach of how to teach math. So we wanted to highlight two of, like, I wouldn't say the two interesting key points, exciting key points in the new framework. And the first one is data science. And so oftentimes people ask, like, what's the difference between data science and statistics? So I'm going to read you a quote from IBM's definition. Data science combines a scientific method, math and statistics, specialized programming, advanced analytics, artificial intelligence, and even storytelling to uncover and explain the business insights theory. So basically, in more friendly language, data science is really understanding data in our data-filled world. As we know, people are gathering data on us all of the time in different things that we choose, and it's analyzing that data and looking at that data to look for trends and patterns. So the UC schools have now accepted data science as a high school course. That was approved in October of 2020. 7 of the 10 fastest growing jobs involve working with data. And 35 of our CUSD teachers are enrolled in the Stanford Data Online course. One of those teachers I had invited here tonight, and he wasn't able to make it. He is a teacher at Marco Forster Middle School, Sergio Sanabria. And he is doing a data science elective class with his 6th grade students right now. So yes, it's so great. And I was so fortunate to go to his classroom last week as he was wrapping up his quarter and talk to some of the kids. And I'd love to share some of the comments they shared with me. So I asked them about the class, the data science class. It's an elective class on the wheel. And they said to me, this class makes math more interesting. We can make sense of math in the real world when we're looking at data.
6th grade?
6th grade, yes. They said, I notice data now everywhere, not just in school math classes. Another student said, I used to be confused about data in my other math classes, but now I understand it and I can even create my own data. And then another student said, data helps us learn about ourselves and others. So exciting things happening. I'm excited to see how he takes that forward. I wish he was here tonight to be celebrated because as he took that online course, he did receive credit in our True North Logic system for column advancement credit, thanks to our professional learning department here, who does offer that to our teachers. So the other key point I want to share with you from the math framework is teaching and learning around big ideas. And so when I shared this visual, this comes directly from the math framework. So I'll kind of unpack it for you. On the left side of that visual is showing the math practices. So while we have content standards for mathematics that tells us what we need to teach in each grade level, we also have mathematical practice standards that tell us how to teach math. Similar to the science and engineering practices we have in NGSS. So that's on the left side. And so in looking at teaching around big ideas, it's how can we launch investigations into relevant content? How can we elicit students' curiosity, provide motivation to engage deeply in real world mathematics? So that is a big part of the framework, is how can we have drivers of instruction that really connect science and math as well as math in the real world, kind of like what the students were saying about data science. So part of that is using rich, deep tasks that invite students to explore around these big ideas and how to teach those standards in a connected approach so that students see the connections between math and not just these isolated skills. So let's go into some of the things we've been doing in Capistrano Unified recently. And so these 3 access and inclusion on-ramps for all students. I'm going to kind of go over each one of those individually. So this is kind of just like a launch slide. So the first one, well, let's go into the quote first. So this quote comes from a book, well, at the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Sorry, you can't read the authors down there at the bottom, but I'll read it to you. Students' access to and achievement in rigorous mathematics requires that they have opportunities to engage in and discuss tasks that promote reasoning and problem solving and develop conceptual understandings of the mathematics central to those tasks. So we're shifting away from that lecture approach in which into one where students are investigating math through open-ended tasks. And when they're developing their mathematical curiosity and asking their own questions and reasoning with others and encountering mathematical ideas in multidimensional ways, we know that students will be successful. And so when students are actively engaged in their learning, we know that achievement increases. More recently, we had 18 of our middle school and high school math teachers participate in an Orange County Department of Ed math and multilingual learners. We were looking at embedding in English language development into mathematical reasoning. And so we just finished a 4-part series with Orange County Department of Ed. So it was very exciting to get to work in combination with some of our ELD coordinators, as well as our secondary math teachers. I'm going to take a sip of water. All right, so let's talk about UCI Math and what the UCI Math project is doing currently with our secondary teachers. So right now they are working with all of our math teachers from grade 6 through Algebra 2 Trig Honors. Our teachers have already received 2 days of professional development with Irvine Math Project, one at the very start of the school year, another one right before the Thanksgiving holiday, and they will receive their 3rd professional development in February. And so when we think of Irvine Math Project, they're helping our teachers combine pedagogical knowledge with math content. And how can we shift from that, I'll show you how to do the math, to establishing students' curiosity and sense making and empowering our students' math identities. And so when you think of what they're supporting, they're really looking at flipped lessons. Like how can we give students opportunity to make sense of mathematical ideas from multiple perspectives, which supports their conceptual understanding and strategic reasoning and the engagement, and increasing their awareness that anyone can be strong in math. It's not something that you're born with. And so thinking of how they're building the conceptual understanding before procedural fluency, they're also incorporating a lot of problem solving and application to math in the real world. So they're kind of jumping ahead of those big ideas that we just talked about in the math framework. They also help our teachers understand that there's different types of math knowledge, that not everything is conceptual, but building that conceptual understanding before procedural fluency helps support students in sense making. And this is my passion, as you know, cognitively guided instruction. So in cognitively guided instruction, problem solving is the foundation of instruction. But it doesn't mean that it's just word problems. It means that students are positioned as the sense makers, and the teacher's direct instruction comes after the students are making sense of math in a way that makes sense to them. So again, building that very strong math identity. Students develop and share their strategies. Sometimes it's from word problems, sometimes it's just from connected equations. For the last 2 Saturdays, I have been privileged to be in this boardroom with new teachers in Capistrano Unified. So teaching them CGI. So we did a training around K2 teachers on December 4th. I was here this last Saturday with our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers, and they're excited and they're interested and they're grateful for that opportunity to have that professional development. I also am part of an elementary administrator cohort. So last year, Lisa Baggio, the principal of Palisades, I know you were talking about her work last week. Her and I both facilitated professional development for our principals. Last year, we had about 14 or 15 of them join that group, and now the rest are on board for this year for that administrator cohort. And it's so rewarding to get to work alongside principals and do walkthroughs and help them understand the approach of CGI from an administrator perspective and what to look for when they go into classrooms. The last part of what I'm going to talk about today is iReady. So how does iReady support our access and inclusion on-ramps for students? So when we know that we have the diagnostic now K-8, so this is our first year going into middle school. We did use the iReady diagnostic assessment in May as a replacement of CASP. We also are doing a 9th grade pilot right now, looking at it for possibly intervention for students in 9th grade for students who are enrolled in math intervention. And so the data from iReady is really supporting us in looking at students in a broad perspective, but also very strategically. So how do we make data-driven decisions? iReady, in response to COVID, created new data points for us to look at to support intervention. And so we're using those data points and helping our teachers not just look at broad data, but look at very specific just-in-time intervention data. It also supports our PLC critical questions. What do we do when students don't know yet? And how do we respond when students already know? And iReady gives us more of that specific data, even drilling it down to the specific standards in math. And then it gives us learning targets for intervention. So we can look up a topic in iReady and say, oh, this is something that's coming up in teaching right now in a unit. I can go in and see how some students have already mastered that content, and some students need support with some prerequisite skills to address in that upcoming math unit. So that just-in-time response. And then when we think of the MyPath lessons, right, it's that personalized instruction. It's differentiated so that students are getting those lessons that are in response to the diagnostic assessment. We are gearing up for round 2, our middle of year iReady diagnostic assessment. And those personalized instruction lessons will be updated as soon as students take the next diagnostic. It helps our students address unfinished learning because it meets them where they're at with that instructional pathway, as well as extension lessons for our students that are ready to get lessons that are out of their grade level. It will assign those lessons just to the point where they showed success on the diagnostic. And so I think when we look at the data of having 3% more of our 6th graders into math accelerated this year, that was, I think, that based on our students last year being very successful in completing their iReady lessons, that gave them that support for unfinished learning, as well as that extension. It's really hard to talk with a mask on. I apologize. I'm like holding it on one side. All right, Dr. Johnson, I think this is you.
So just for the record, it's not just during this presentation that Karen is so excited about math education. She's like that all the time.
Thank you.
So as we come to the conclusion of this presentation, I just want to touch again on the goals that are driving our work to provide greater access to more challenging coursework for middle performing students. Then, oh, I did it again. Look at that. Ooh. All right. Okay. That includes a middle school analysis of heterogeneous groupings, open access to coursework, and implementation of teaching strategies that contributes to higher achievement by BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, and low to middle performing students without negatively impacting high performing students. The idea is to expand that mathematics community. In order to achieve these goals of access, challenging coursework, effective instruction, and expanded math community, staff is recommending the following actions. Multiple data points for placement, create and maintain multiple on-ramps for acceleration, consider including 6th grade math standards in the accelerated pathway, offer additional opportunities for geometry during summer, and advertise paper online tutoring as a math support for all students. The next steps and follow-up with trustees includes continue Irvine Math Project professional development throughout the 22-23 school year, consider revising math placement at key transition points based on data, report to trustees on progress in math at the April 20th, 2022 board meeting, offer additional opportunities for in-person summer instruction in geometry for students at the end of 8th and 9th grade, with a course design based on prioritized standards. Though this presentation has centered on math, staff will bring forward a similar presentation focusing on these goals for English language arts in early spring. I'd like to thank the trustees for their time. The Education and Support Services team is happy to answer any questions trustees may have.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any callers online or blue cards here? Okay. Trustees. Trustee Hanachek?
Thank you. So this is like a huge Christmas gift for the board. You know, we sit here, we struggle to hope that we make a difference in students and our time on the board. And all of this work that we've been building up and you have been creating and moving forward, I think we're really going to see it move our students to the place they need to go. So thank you so much. This is the meat and potatoes of to me, this is exciting stuff too. So I'm with Karen on this. And I don't even like math, but I would have if I had got
Would have.
So a couple things, just off the top of my head, I get excited with Principal Baggio about CGI math because whenever I go there, I get to see it in action. And so do you believe that once our elementaries really are up to speed and we're doing that across the board, won't we see quite a bump? I think there's, at least in my kids' era, they fell down a little bit 7th and 8th grade. Things started to catch up with them because foundationally it wasn't there. So I'm assuming that will happen. And then the next question is, are we, this is the boring question, well, this is the sad question. Are we fully funding iReady? Because I have a feeling PTAs are still doing it. So can we follow up on that? I'd appreciate that because obviously they believe in it too. So very exciting. Thank you.
Can we maybe get an answer on that before we go on to another question?
Yes, we're fully funded. Yeah. For math, for elementary.
So we are fully funding iReady.
Correct. And then middle
For
school math and ELA. Yeah.
So that it is through elementary and middle, but not in 9th grade yet.
So we can get that out to our PTAs, right? So make sure everybody's on this, understand where we are. Maybe different sites don't have that message yet. So thank you. They have it budgeted differently.
Yeah, there should be no elementary school that needs to budget for math.
They may be buying other modules too, other than math.
Yeah, potentially they could be buying ELA because we're not funding ELA, but we discourage that because we've adopted Amplify, so we don't.
Somebody's gonna sell it.
Okay, Trustee Jones?
Yes, I have a question for Ms. Gautier. So I'm interested to hear that you are a big CGI advocate. And I know that we are using that in primary, but then we use Irvine Math Project in secondary. What's the reason for that? Do you know, or can someone answer that?
Yeah,
Why are we not using Irvine Math Project in primary?
So when we think of CGI, it stands for cognitively guided instruction, and it really is an approach to mathematics that really builds on students' intuitive sense making in math. And so the research behind CGI really supported Common Core. So when we think of Common Core, it is CGI. Irvine Math Project is doing the approach of CGI because they're building students' cognitively guided instruction and sense making in math. So one is an approach. Irvine Math Project is facilitating the units of math from 6th grade through Algebra 2 Trig. They also do support elementary math. Our teachers are receiving a lot of instruction in CGI in the approach, and the approach can be used with any instructional materials if you have the understanding of how to build students' intuitive sense making before that direct explicit instruction. Did I answer your question?
I think so, yeah.
Thank you.
May I also jump in and Trustee Hanachek, you asked your first part of the question I thought was a really good question that we should answer, which is the foundational piece. So looking at CGI and how that, how does that impact foundational knowledge, which then could impact the student in their middle school years? So I know that Karen can speak to that as far as what CGI does for the foundational understanding of students as they move through the grades. So Karen, do you mind speaking to that?
Thank you.
Yeah, so in thinking about CGI in our elementary years, it's where students, they say around second grade is where students start to think that they're not good at math, right? It becomes very, very formulaic. Even the CGI research from 37 years ago showed that students came into kindergarten with stronger math understanding because they just approached it in a way that made sense to them. Even doing multiplication and division, if they could use concrete materials and follow the storyline, they could do the math. And as our students moved on through grades, they started to try to just put it into like an algebraic equation. And so really building that early, I would consider it early intervention, but not intervention in a way of remedial, but intervention in a way of building that math understanding, that if you approach it in a way that makes sense to you, and eventually it does become procedural, it has to, but that's not the upfront part of learning math.
Thank you so much. And then just on another, my second part, because that's the exciting part. In agenda item 6, there is a PTA Oso Grande that it looks like 5,000 towards iReady. So when we follow up, thank you. Let's follow up on that. Thanks.
Any other trustee comments? Trustee Davis?
So at the beginning, you talked about the analysis of middle school and the analysis of the heterogeneous groupings. Are we looking to move back towards heterogeneous groupings in middle school?
I'll speak to that. Thank you, Trustee Davis. So the goal applies to both language arts and mathematics. Heterogeneous groupings are in English language arts, when we'll speak more in the spring. You get more cluster models and options of how you can mix students for advanced pathways. Heterogeneous groupings in this situation is more of, and we're going to talk in just a minute about ways that other students have on-ramps into the course over the years. So in the previous model prior to, in 2019, there was one stable cohort of students that moved from 5th into 6th using the math placement test. That was a stable homogeneous group that came into middle school and stayed more or less stable as one group without on-ramps to almost think of the freeway behind us, the on-ramps coming onto the freeway. There really weren't any. Now, this group is more heterogeneous in math because end of 6th, end of 7th, summer options. We'll talk a little bit about what those on-ramps look like. You now have more of a heterogeneous grouping as it moves through the middle school. So that's what we mean by heterogeneous grouping, just for in the context of math. But when we come to language arts, it'll have a different context when we speak to that in spring. Hopefully that clarifies a little bit more for you.
When we talk about on-ramps, I just want to make sure that our counselors are also really aware, because here's an example. I feel like kids go from middle to high school and sometimes they kind of get lost in that summer. So for example, at Capo Valley, to be a part of the ATMS program, you have to take geometry. You kind of had to hear word of mouth that you had to take geometry, right? There's no counselor saying that. So my son actually has a lot of friends that are like, dang it, I wish I had known I could have taken it in the summer. So it's great that we see on here more chances to take it. We also need to make sure our counselors and our math teachers are telling people about all these on-ramps, right? Right now, I feel like a lot of it relies on parents to just figure it out.
That's great. That's great feedback. And maybe Dr. Irvis, or Ms. Gauthier, maybe you could speak to what these on-ramps look like. So as we talk about on-ramps, what are some examples of what those are and how students are getting more access?
So one of the pieces to that, and I appreciate you bringing this up because this is also a very critical point, is that previously we were relying on end of course test or state scores, which come very late. Now we have 3 points of data within the school year to identify students who could possibly benefit from a summer course in geometry to move them to that next level. And then we'll target with our guidance staff, including counselors, and do outreach for those families. So this is a very significant priority for us. And we'll be providing additional information to our students and their families so that they clearly understand opportunities for their students if they choose to pursue that. We don't want it to be accidental or word of mouth. We are going to be very intentional with that work.
Trustee Castellanos.
Yeah, just a couple comments. I appreciate the update and the presentation on the math. I think it's a heavy lift, increasing access into our math programs. I think you get into high school and you're already have been designated into a certain pathway. And then it's very difficult to transition over into those upper level math classes. So I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the work on this. Is there, just a quick question, is there a timeline on CGI? You mentioned Irvine Math Project. It's a multiple day training for the secondary teachers. And I'm assuming that CGI, if I remember correctly, is also multiple day. So do we have a timeline when all of our elementary school teachers will be fully trained in CGI?
We are currently working on that and not looking at offering more options. As we know, getting substitute teachers has been a little bit of a difficulty, right? Scheduling, and not just for us, it's any district. I have districts around us saying, how'd you get that many subs for Irvine Math Project? And Irvine Math Project even telling us, wow, we're with lots of districts that are canceling us. So I would say that we are very strong in that in comparison to our other districts around us. So it's just scheduling that. We're looking at summer options as well and paying our teachers. That's always a good option, kind of they're rested and we come back from summer vacation and it kind of launches us into the school year. I will continue to offer CGI Saturdays. I haven't scheduled any more at this point. I'm gonna see how it falls out, and we wanted to see how many teachers took us up on that option, and I was very impressed with how many teachers did.
Any other trustees have any comments? I want to add a couple things because unlike Trustee Hanachek, I did like math. Okay. And I would always been pushing for, the sooner we can get kids into algebra and geometry and everything. But you guys have really kind of changed my mind here on this whole data science. I mean, that's kind of a light bulb went on here that says, maybe it isn't algebra, geometry, algebra 2, trig, pre-calc, calculus, statistics. Maybe this data science is like the new, and they didn't have, well, of course they didn't have a lot of things when I went to high school. So this is something we can get ahead of and can get our kids prepared for the future. So can we get Sergio to develop a high school course for us? If he's got 6th graders doing data science, maybe, partially, that's partially a joke, but partially, I think we need to seriously look at data science as a high school course. If UC is approving it as an acceptable math class, I think we need to be there. So,
Martha, I just have one more comment.
Trustee Davis, yes.
Thank you. I love it. I'm a math girl. My kids are math people. It's right up my world. I taught math. I love the differentiating math instruction 4th and 5th grade and really hone in on what those skills are and what's important moving forward. And I really think it's incredibly important that we train administration, teachers, and students that they can best have an increased access to what they're interested in. When we moved here, my youngest daughter was starting 7th grade, and she was identified GATE, and she's a math whiz, and she wasn't able to be in accelerated math because our district didn't identify her, whatever, all of that. So she was not able, so she had straight A's, A+, all of 7th grade. I met with the principal 6 times. We were never able to get her in an appropriate class for her. I am of the opinion that you should be in an appropriate class where you will challenge yourself. If right here is the perfect challenge, then that's where I think that child should be. If right here is an appropriate challenge, then I think that's where a child should be. And if right here is an appropriate challenge, that's where a child should be. I'm not one that thinks every kid should be in an accelerated course, because I think that there is damage that can be done in that situation. So I'm absolutely all for adding more on-ramps so that students have access if they've earned it and they have, they're not identified, whatever they need to be identified, then they have earned it in a different way. Then we add more options to get them in the proper class that they're in. She ended up choosing to do online in 8th grade because she felt like, what is this for? I'm working towards what she didn't feel that she was in an appropriate placement the entire year. Literally had an A+ on her entire report card. I didn't even know that was possible, but she did, and chose to do online for 8th grade. I'd never had a child do that. I didn't want her to do it. I did everything to have her not do that, but she felt like there was nothing she could do. And then also knowing going into 9th grade, she could take whatever honors, anything she wanted and would be appropriate for her. So I'm all about more on-ramps. So thank you. Thanks for your work, and I love math.
And I think this is an information item only. I really appreciate it and look forward to the update in April. Okay.
Thank you, trustees.
As far as, I have a question on the next items, kind of where we are with speakers and blue cards. As it is 9:30, if we need to shuffle any items up first that have speakers waiting. I know the next item would be the draft plans for trustee attendance, trustee area boundaries, which I know trustees all have lots of comments on. But if there's, Mrs. Hayes, can you give me a summary?
Sure. We have one speaker for the trustee area boundaries registered online. We have 2 speakers for item 44, which is the resolution for Dana Hills. Okay. And we have 2 speakers on 45, which is the resolution for Aliso.
1 for 46.
2 for 44 and 2 for 45. I'm sorry, 46. I apologize. Yes, 1 for 46 online.
I would ask trustees if we could do 44 and 45 first and then come back. Is that okay? Right, so we will go now to item 44. All right, staff, I hope I didn't throw you here by, this is resolution number 2122-23, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Capistrano Unified School District of interim of intention to consider and resource the investigation of a potential future bond measure, Dana Hills High School seismic safety project. This is Clark Hampton.
Thank you, President McNicholas, Board of Trustees. So as trustees know, at the October 6th, we held a workshop over that covered the board goal 4 for facilities. And during that workshop, the staff recommendation was to seek a seismic bond in November of 2022. And the board requested that we come back tonight with a resolution for resourcing that work for the board to consider. So this is the resolution before you that outlines what would be some of the efforts for putting a bond measure and getting in preparation for it, including master planning, doing opinion research, and other efforts for placing a bond measure on the ballot. This is simply a resolution to resource that and not approval for actually placing a bond on the ballot.
Thank you. Mrs. Hayes, the speakers are here.
We have 2 speakers online and 1 in person. Okay. Our first speaker online is Jonathan Ginnity. See if he's still with us. I don't see Jonathan online. Okay, I confirmed in the back of the room, so we'll move on to Michelle Plossel Campbell, who's still with us.
Hey, good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. We need to explore the possibilities of a bond to complete all the seismic work needed at Dana Hills High School. While I would prefer a bond that covered all areas of our district, the work at Dana Hills is critical for student safety. please consider this item. Thank you.
Our next speaker is here with us, Melina Polini.
Hello, trustees and superintendent. Thank you. I'm the PTSA president at Dana Hills High School, and I spoke to you last month, but I'm also here with some other executive board members who stayed up late. And we just wanted to say thank you to the board for considering Resolution 21-22-23, authorizing a study of potential bond measure for the funding of a new facility and modernization of Dana Hills High School. Dana Hills High School literally sits at the highest point of Dana Point, overlooking the Pacific Ocean. A new facility will be a beacon for thousands of students who deserve a safe environment to learn and grow. And a targeted bond specific to Dana Hills and Dana Point and part of Laguna Niguel can make this happen. Even though my time at Dana will end this year, I would like nothing better than to drive by a new high school at the heart of our community and know that our children are benefiting directly from our tax dollars, and we are taking full advantage in all the funding the state now has to offer. Thank you.
Trustees, any questions, comments? Trustee Hanachek.
Yes, I would move staff recommendation to adopt the resolution number 2122-23 on this item.
Second.
Everybody's seconding.
Moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Castellanos. Discussion. Trustee Jones?
Yes, I have some questions. So over in item 8, there is $149,000 for, I think, a facilities master plan, but then also the board report mentions facilities master plan, $145K here. So is that the same thing? I know that sometimes the amounts can be a little different depending on.
Item 8, when you're talking about item 8, which item 8?
Way back in consent.
Those are items related to the new, the building that the board approved for Dana Hills High School.
I'm sorry.
Those are items related to the new building the board has approved. So that's work that's already underway. It's unrelated to this, the seismic bond.
Okay, so go back to item 8, and I'm sorry that, you know, this is something I've told.
They're sort of related, but not directly related.
I'm sorry?
It's sort of related, but not.
It's for the 2-story building that was shared at the workshop. That's part of the Dana Hills plan, but it's not related to, that's work for that 2-story building, not anything having to do with this.
You're looking at something different, because that is in there, but this is something different. I'm pretty sure, because if you look on item 8, we have what I refer to as the cheat sheet. And there's the 4th item there, provide architectural and engineering design services for master planning services at the Dana Hills High School, including the main 2-story building. And then there's down the second from the bottom, provide facilities planning consulting services for the 2-story addition project at Dana Hills High School. And that's $25K. So the 4th one sounds like it's the whole thing, 149. And then the for LPA Incorporated. But then the second from the bottom is CL Consulting for $25K. And that sounds like that's the 2-story building only.
I'll
Am I
ask John
wrong?
Forney to come and speak to that item.
Yes, that is for the master planning for the site that's listed in the number 8 agenda for LPA Architects. That would be for the seismic master planning.
Okay, all right, that's what I wanted to know. And so the 2-story building is a separate thing. Okay, good. Okay.
Wait, I want to make sure that we have this clear then. So we would be subtracting $145,000 from this resolution because it was already approved in item 8.
If the resolution's not approved, then we would not initiate that work with LPA. It would only be any planning related to placing this two-story building. Because the board would need to approve this resolution for.
So
for
that's
resource.
the contract tied to this resolution?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
Because I thought the board, because they already approved the building, they were master planning in order to support that building.
I believe so, yes.
No, so the master planning for the school site, what is related to the seismic. If we're gonna explore and move on for the seismic, we'd have to have a total master plan. For the two-story, we already have locations and we're working with the site administration where that's gonna go. So it doesn't require a full master planning of the school site.
Okay, so I'm not terribly concerned with the two-story at this point, so let's kind of take that aside. What I'm asking about is in item 8, the fourth item down is 149K. But then in this resolution here, it refers to 145. Now, I'm not concerned about the difference of $4,000. What I'm concerned about is that the same thing?
Meaning, my concern is we already approved on consent.
Oh, we didn't, because I pulled it.
Because she
Yes,
pulled
she
it, that's right. Never mind, thank you.
Yes, it's the same thing. The
Okay.
numbers are off by the 4,000.
And that's fine. I'm not worried about the $4,000 because I was just trying to make sure it was the same thing. Okay. So, so here's my issue. We need to do this polling, the public opinion research. And frankly, I will also, I feel the same way about the Aliso Viejo for $50,000 to see if these things will fly. And in my opinion, the other stuff or most of the rest of it, I mean, some of it might have to be done as well, but we can't move forward until we know what the polling says. If the polling on one of these comes back and says only 40% of voters say they'll vote for this, well, the fact that we've spent 145 or 149 each on a facilities master plan is not fiscally responsible. We have to poll first. And if it comes back, great, like, okay, 55%, 60%, whatever, great. But I can't, in good conscience, as a representative of the taxpayers, say we should spend 145 or 149 or whatever it is on the times 2 and these other things until we've seen the polling. Because, and every time we've done polling and then had an election, the numbers come in pretty close to what it was polled. I mean, perhaps Mr. Hampton can confirm whether that's true, but I think they've been pretty close to right on within, 3 points or so. So I need to know before I agree to spend, $300,000 on each of these. I need to know that there's a decent chance that we will go forward. So I'm happy to vote for these resolutions, but they're going to have to be edited down to remove these other items. I think we should do the polling. I think we should be strongly considering these, but we talk all about data with kids, iReady and SBAC and all this other stuff, but we're not going to believe the data. We're not interested in the data on whether or not these might be successful. I mean, that's kind of screwy.
To piggyback on Gila's point, I agree. I feel like we need to get the public opinion. We need to take that approach first. And then also, I think we need to look at school capacity.
So Trustee Jones, the resolutions are to outline what the costs are to move forward. The order in which it occurs can be directed by the board. And these things, all of these would be brought to the board for approval before they're actually initiated. So if it's the majority of the board's direction
But that's not what the
Start in one- start with
resolution
one.
says. That's
Then-
not what the resolution says. The resolution authorizes the superintendent or designees to do all these things, which are the things that cost $310,000 on the first page. And again, surveying, polling, I'm good on that. But I can't vote for this resolution as it is until we've seen the polling. I do want to do the polling,
I
totally.
understand. Yeah.
And when we go back to item 8, I have to pull the facilities master plan for 149K. I can't vote to approve that until I've seen the poll. I want to add something here too, and maybe it's a clarifying question from Mr. Forney and Mr. Hampton. The facilities master plan is pretty much required if we want any sort of seismic. I mean, we're already kind of down the road on getting the analysis on what a seismic retrofit would be.
That would be required for the.
And a facilities master plan is required for that. So we pretty much have to do it. Whether we eventually go for a bond or not, we still need a facilities master plan. Whether it's going to be single building and we let the rest fall down, whether we go for another bond in 8 years from now, we still have to do the facilities master plan. I think that's part of it. And the other, in order to get to a point where we can poll somebody, I think we need to do some of the other stuff too, the community engagement. You know, how are we going, if we don't know whether the parents and the staff and the neighborhood thinks that's a value, then we aren't polling the right thing. So I think we have to do all of this in order to do any of it. Okay, well, I would need to hear from council as to whether or not we do have to do the facilities master plan prior to getting the polling done. And I understand what you're saying, but that is not the order in which we've done these things in the past. In the past, we have done the polling and done community engagement afterwards. Can Mr. Burris confirm that?
I believe that is the case. We have also done community engagement while we're putting the polling together and then put the polling out as well. In some cases, we do engagement first, so we can see what the numbers are and how much more engagement we need to do after that in order to make the numbers better.
Yeah, well, my recollection is that that hasn't been terribly effective, unfortunately. I'm sorry to say that. My concern is we have to be very careful the next time we go out for a bond. We cannot lose again, especially if we have gone and raised a whole bunch of money from people to do the advertising and such to support the bond initiative. And I just have, I cannot, as an elected official in this area, in good conscience, spend a lot of money on this because frankly, I don't think the polling is going to support it. And I'm really worried about that. See, have to check.
You, and I appreciate, we've gone down this path before. So I think we need to step back in order to go forward. So one of it, of course, is the values. Do we think this is appropriate for kids to be educated in this school in this way, considering the expectations we have on these students and so on and so forth? And I have a lot more written down about that. But I think we need to understand that this is a unique thing. This isn't our normal situation around Dana Hills High School. It is that perfect storm of, because of a couple negative things, or also can lead to a very positive thing. Where perhaps if these all line up and we do our due diligence, that the community who wants to invest in their school will be able to do so at the cheapest bond they could ever have. And I'm not articulating that well. So let's step back and understand all the dynamics. And there's a timeline to Dana Hills. And that's what we need to just, it's confusing, but we need to understand that. We've spent a lot of time with our city councils, walking them through it, and they got it. So let's try to talk about that. I understand not wanting to spend money, all this stuff. But we do have a timeline on the school in order to take advantage of state monies and other things that are converging. If not, we will miss the boat. I mean, we have to try. That's my thing. And we will miss the boat, and they will fall into a traditional funding model that will, I think that the voters might be a little concerned on that. So Clark, can you help me out here?
So as far as the efforts involved, many times in most bond measures I've been involved with, these are concurrent efforts. So you're developing your master plan so you can show the community what you want to do. And it's a feasible plan. It's not just you're guessing. The seismic bond portion of it is the fact that the school is eligible for seismic hardship funding, more than likely. We're still in the process of seeking that funding. But given what we know about the structure and what triggers the need for seismic retrofit, we would more than likely be eligible for that seismic hardship funding. We would be eligible for new construction funding as well to actually bring to fruition a master plan for the site, but it would need to be master plan. So there is a lot, really, the only way to describe it is a concurrent effort where things, as the trustee mentioned, converge. And then as you're going along the way, the typical polling occurs as you check to see the temperature of the community. And to clarify, this is for the Dana Hills High School boundary only. So you do a survey to see what people know at this time based on the language the survey is asking. And then you do your work, you master plan, you communicate with the community, and you do the other work that's listed here. And part of it involves doing the financial analysis to determine what the bond, the size of the bond measure, being able to explain that to your community. And then you do a tracking poll later to see if this communication in this work, in the master planning and community, and that more detailed communication with the community has resonated. And then the polling is done by determining what does resonate with the community. And then you then have a better idea. But the unique part with this is that it's for addressing the needs of the site from a seismic standpoint. And because they don't build buildings like that anymore. So it would probably be extraordinarily expensive to retrofit it. So more than likely, indications are that the site would be replaced. And so it's being able to communicate all of those nuances and intricacies of the funding sources and what the school would look like and how it would serve students better than the current site. All of those are kind of concurrent efforts as you move towards the date when people are asked to provide a vote on the measure.
I also want to speak specifically to the polling because we've used it in both bond measures for M and then H and I. It was to help the board make decisions along the way too. So we did initial polling that sort of gave us a temperature of the community, and it would also give us an idea of what sort of resources and strategy we had to put behind our work in order to move it over the passage rate. And then the second one shows us where we're at and whether it's something the board wants to move forward with formal bond proposals on or hold back. And I think in this case, it depends on the timeline. It could be that if this bond measure is coming earlier than we think, or next November or something like that, some of this work may have to be done simultaneously in order to get it all done.
Trustees, any other comments?
I have a question. When we're referring to the Aliso Viejo, there's the reference to the Kitchell report of 2017, but we don't refer to the Kitchell report when we are talking about this seismic. And so when we're talking about master plan, can you just address how the Kitchell report for Dana Hills, does it have any bearing on this?
You mean as far as references to the Kitchell
In terms of
report?
work, scope of work?
So it would be part of that kind of scope of work, because it would, the Kitchell report was purely fixing what exists already. And so that is kind of a subset of what occurs with the master plan.
Yeah, because Kitchell was just fixing what's broken. It wasn't building anything new.
But it's mentioned in Aliso Viejo, the Kitchell report. And yet we had at that meeting where the community came forward with their idea of, what they wanted. That's number 45. But so I just wanted to know if, when we're talking about seismic, are we only talking about a building that is mostly impacted by seismic, or we're also talking about doing things that had appeared on the Kitchell report?
Yes, because in the case of Dana Hills High School, you would be replacing the school. So you would be fixing all the things relating to the Kitchell report, in addition to addressing the seismic needs by replacing the school. Now, I want to just point out, the school district is still doing the work that's required for seismic hardship funds to do the replace versus retrofit analysis. That's work that has to be done by an engineer, and that's submitted to the state, and we're still in the process of that. But based on the early indications of what the experts say, is it more than likely retrofit would be far too expensive and it would trigger replacement. So that would, regardless of retrofit or replacement, it would address the Kitchell needs. Like the beyond life expectancy items would be fixed.
Trustee Jones? So, Mr. Hampton, if the polling had already been done, and let's take these schools out of it. Let's say this is San Juan Hills High School. If we were planning to do a bond over San Juan Hills High School and we had done the polling and it came back at 40%, would you be okay with our having spent another $250,000 on some things that we then wouldn't be doing?
Well, I think, a master plan has a decent life expectancy. So I don't think I think it would not be a disservice to master plan Dana Hills High School, considering the significant needs there that they have. So I don't think it would be a disservice, and I don't think that, school districts will be seeking bond measures, whether they pass or fail
Well, I'm
for a long
perfectly
time.
happy to do these other things, but I want to see the polling first. That's all. That's my bottom line. Any other comments from trustees?
I'll just add that I concur with Trustee Jones.
Okay, so that means you would, if we don't, well, the resolution itself doesn't list those specifically, other than giving the superintendent and the deputy superintendent authorization to do all those things. So you're saying you want to amend that resolution, or do you want to? I would amend the resolution. I would remove in section 3 everything but B.
But Trustee Jones, are you making a subsequent motion?
That would be my substitute motion, yes, would be.
Substitute.
I mean, I would be willing to talk about any of these others, but what it seems to me is that your main issue is B in section 3. To keep that and remove the others. Page 2 of 4 in exhibit 44. No, exhibit 44. On page 2 of 4. So just, yeah. Okay, so your motion is to pass the resolution with only item B under section 3, correct? We have a second? Second. Any other discussion? I want to say, I don't think it works unless we do all of it. We can do all of it if the polling comes back well. I think you need to have a facilities master plan and community engagement at the same time you're doing your polling or developing what your poll questions are going to say. Okay, if you don't have anything to show people, you aren't going to be able to ask them a question. So that's any other discussion? Polling doesn't. I'm discussing Bronstein.
I agree with that. I'm concerned about the timeline if we get sidetracked to do this polling, and then I'm not sure what the polling will even tell us because of what Martha's saying.
Okay, are we ready for a vote on the amended motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Okay, can I show of hands again to aye? 3 ayes, any noes? 4 noes, and motion fails. Can I have a motion to pass the resolution as written?
I think we already did have that.
That's right, we did have that, but we had a substitute motion, so I think you need that.
You have to do it again.
Have to do it again.
Yeah, I'll go back to my original motion, pass staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Castellanos. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
It is a
Aye.
resolution, so we need to call the roll.
Sorry, roll call, my part.
I should have caught that. Student advisor Padia,
Aye.
trustee Bronstein,
Aye.
trustee Bullicus,
Nay.
trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis,
Nay.
trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
trustee Jones,
Nay.
trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Passes 4-3. Okay, do we have a similar discussion or additional discussion for item? Mr. Hampton, do you want to do a presentation on the Aliso one? This is item
Yes.
40.
So the Aliso one is also a result of the workshop that we had on October 6th. This one is a little different because it is seeking board direction because it's, there's some choices to make on the resolution. So staff, because it's a suggestion of a bond measure for the city of Aliso Viejo, and the high school in the city is just a part, there's a big portion of Laguna Niguel that supports it, that is in the high school boundary for Aliso Viejo. But the staff is recommendation was that it be focused on the K-8 schools. But there's their ability in the resolution for the board to say it can be K-8, it can be for just the high school, or it can be K-12. And the resourcing for it would be slightly different based on if it were every single school in the city, including the high school, because that would be some added cost. So for this resolution, also, there's the option of 2022 or 2024 as well. So it's slightly different.
So one of the things I want to make sure we clarify is that the way the resolution is written, it assumes TK-8 or high school on the facilities master planning. So I want us to clarify the number for the record and have it in the minutes as to what the number is that the board would be approving for facilities master planning in Aliso.
Yes.
I think I disagree with the way you said that. Okay, you said TK-8 or high school. And what we're reading is TK-8 versus TK-12.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say. TK-8 or TK-12. I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you for that catch. If we can clarify the amount, because it's not the amount on the resolution.
Right, so the amount is not in the rest. So my discussions with Mr. Forney is that the for master planning, the high school would be roughly about 149,000 for high school, which is.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It'd be about 149,000 to master plan the high school, which is similar to what we just discussed with Danny Hills High School.
That was only high school,
Yes. And then
not K-12.
not K-12. And then, but master planning the elementary schools and middle schools is expensive. And John or Mr. Forney can speak to that, the details of master planning. If the board were to say, let's do all of the schools or just the K-8 schools or just the high school itself. But the cost of master planning would be roughly about $280,000 for every single school in Aliso Viejo. But that's just a rough estimate. And, Mr. Forney can speak to any details I might be leaving out.
Mr. Forney, do you want to
Sure.
add?
Yeah, so it is roughly $149,000 to just do Aliso Miguel High School master planning. And then the remaining schools, we would incorporate a lot of the Kitchell reports in those based on the assessments that were done, so that lowers the cost. But I don't have a definite amount, as we were just looking at originally the TK 8 and not looking at the high school. But then when I followed up, I don't have the hard estimate, but roughly, like Clark mentioned, it would be pretty much double the cost because adding all the other schools, the feeder schools. So you are looking close to 280.
So for the record, it could just be an estimated 280.
Correct.
And that's for TK 8 or TK 12?
TK 12.
TK 12.
So TK 12 is 280, just the high school is 149, and if it was TK 8, to be 130-ish.
Ish.
Yes, that's a good.
Can we put issues in? Sorry.
Two. Trustee,
I'm sorry, yes, we have speakers
I was
before.
just gonna say, we have
I'm sorry.
speakers on.
My fault, my fault. Yes, speakers, please.
Our speakers on item 45 are Emily Cravens and Michelle Plossel Campbell. We'll start with Emily Cravens online. Emily, go ahead.
Good evening, Superintendent Vital Brualty, President McNichols, and trustees. My name is Emily Cravens, and I am the proud parent of 3 Capo students. I have a junior at Aliso Niguel High School, a 7th grader at Aliso Viejo Middle School, and a 2nd grader at Oak Grove. I am on the PTA board for each of these schools and visit these campuses daily. This gives me a unique perspective on the needs of these schools. The AV task force came to the board in October asking for the board for this resolution on agenda item number 45 for TK through 12. I can't tell you how many meetings I have attended where a district official, the superintendent, and even the trustees have told us that if we want our school facilities to be improved, we need to pass the bond. The families of Aliso are asking for this chance to do just this for all schools, grades 12, TK through 12. Can you hear me? Oops.
Yeah.
Okay. Unlike the last 2 bonds, this time parents are the ones initiating the bond and are committed to working tirelessly to get it passed. Aliso would like to be the leader in the Capo. Please give us the opportunity to do that by passing agenda item number 45 for TK through 12. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Plossel Campbell. Michelle, go ahead.
We can't have lost her. She's still there.
Okay, I'm here. It wasn't allowing me to unmute. I'm sorry. Good evening, Superintendent Board of Trustees. Exploring a potential bond for the city of Aliso Viejo should happen in recognition of the requests of the citizens of this area. I am concerned that the bonding capacity of the city of Aliso Viejo is not sufficient to meet the needs of the schools in that area. So while I would rather see an entire district bond and raise all our schools, this may be how we need to approach this issue. Thank you very much.
That's it for our speakers? Okay, trustees, questions, comments? Trustee Hanachek.
Yes, so I'm kind of shifting gears in my head. This is a whole different situation than we have at Dana. Dana, we are still driving. We are trying to still telegraph the need. The community of Aliso has identified the need. They have articulated the desire, and they have done what we could only dream of doing. They said, yes, we will carry the load. So, but a couple things for me, at the end of the day, the thing that I would wonder about with the resolution and the work that we would do to educate the community, would we, I think there still is the challenge for them to truly make the decision based on the right bond for them, if that makes sense. So I think from my conversations, they're definitely leaning towards K-12. Well, then there's the bonding capacity. So at what point, if we were to pass this resolution and give staff the green light to go out to the community, are we only talking about the city of Aliso Viejo and not then presenting to the group so at the end of the day, they knew what they were moving forward on? I hope I'm making sense. Would you be able to tell them, these are your options? These are the different types of bonds. You could have a city bond, You could have a feeder pattern bond, you could have a different area bond, an SFID. Would we do that type of work, or is this just telling us that all this work we would do is just about the delineated boundaries for the city of Aliso? Does anybody understand that? I did, but it's also 10:15.
Well, my understanding is that the community engagement would happen in the feeder pattern schools. And then how we then define the bond, we'd have to do come May, June, somewhere in there to be able to get it on the ballot. For the board to vote for August, to get it on the ballot for November, if that's the timeline.
So just to clarify, then we wouldn't be giving the community up. We wouldn't be brainstorming with them and say, if you wait to go in with a district bond. We are moving forward with a resolution like this, gives us the template that we are working within just the Aliso Viejo boundaries. That would be the
That's what the
bonded
purpose
area.
is.
Okay.
This is for.
But you're not making a decision on.
No, I
bond.
know, but
Okay.
I'm just kind of wondering
For the purposes
what
of our
information.
community. and-
Right.
No,
They all-
I get that. I just wondered how deep our conversation is. So just for me to understand, when we do the outreach, it would only be within that, the specified area of the city of Aliso Viejo.
The boundaries of the city.
boundary of the
That-
city-
That's
city
what was
boundaries.
asked to be presented.
Hey, trustee Davis?
I appreciate the work of the group that came with their t-shirts, for the task force, they're ready to go. But at the end of the day, that it didn't pass previously. The bond didn't pass in that area. They were under the impression that the bond passed in that area previously. It did not. So we're not working under that exact scenario that they thought it would. And there was a group that came, and I think that's awesome. But unfortunately it didn't pass. And I think it's important that we look at some of those things as well.
Trustee Jones?
So I would like to move the item, but an amended item, and that is I would take out in the title both TK and TK 12. And also down in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, whereas take out TK and TK 12. And then take out in section 3, everything but B. And the reason is because this is what one of the things you have to poll for is you have to poll for, let's say we find out that you could do all the TK8 work for $60 or $58 per 100,000. And so one of the questions we ask is, would you support a bond, $58 per 100,000 that would do thus and such for the TK schools? And then you ask another question of, would you support a bond of that would do thus and such for all the schools in Aliso Viejo? I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm okay.
I'm making that motion.
Okay.
That's my motion that we take out those words in title and in the fourth whereas, and then take out everything in section 3 except B. And then come back once we've got polling, which I think we can do pretty soon. Oh, here's another TK 12 in the last whereas, sorry. Okay.
Do you have a second? Do you have a second? Motion dies for a lack of second. Question, trustee Hanachek, you have your light on?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Turn your light on, Judy. It's under my name, but yes, trustee Bullock.
In regards to this, it still says 2022, 2024, or thereafter. So if this resolution is passed, what does that mean? Because I'm not for 2022, because if we all know we need to have this third try at a bond to pass. But we also should be listening to the experience every time we've talked to professionals, talked to our finance committee, is that it takes 2 years. And how could we possibly be ready? Seismic is one thing, but this grassroots from the community to get it up and going and what it would take in terms of asking our district staff to have it ready by November 2022. I just see it as a real uphill. So I'd be open to 2024 or thereafter, but I don't see it happening for next year. And anybody that has comments on that, psychologically, we've got such dissension in terms of parents and what's going on and mandates and everything. I mean, I don't even know if psychologically we would get people to buy into a bond already next year. That would be my concern.
So what the board is approving is a resolution to explore and engage and do a facilities master plan and a poll. It is not deciding whether that's in 2022 or 2024, although this engagement work and polling would happen now. And then what would come back to the board is then all the bond materials along with a recommendation of an exact date. So whether it's 2022 or 2024, I do think this community was very clear, the group that came, they'd like to see this in 2022.
And I understand that, but the resolution states, the second whereas on 2 of 4, again, the November 8th, 2022, 2024, or thereafter. So if I were to approve this and then, but I'm not for 2022, but everybody decides, or there's a majority that says, yeah, we're going to push it next year. That's what I'm trying to say. It's too open-ended to me to pass.
That would happen after we do this work. This is not deciding to put a bond on the ballot.
But I understand your question, trustee Bullock, so I want to be super explicit. As a staff, all you're approving is us doing the work to engage and do the polling. You're not deciding on 2022, but as a predicting person, I would imagine that what's going to come back, because this community has already shared this publicly, that they'd like to see it happen in 2022. And so what would come back, I believe, June would be the results, right? Or May, the results of what happened, along with a recommendation. And so, and then you'd have to vote on the bond materials in August or before, depending on when that board meeting is, Mr. Hampton, to put it on the ballot in November. So I just think we should be fully transparent that I do believe this community wants 2022. So by spending this money, probably they'll want it in 2022.
Okay, and I understand that. I just think they don't realize yet what all goes into making that happen by November. So
But by passing the resolution, it will give us this data. We have to find out what we don't know.
We don't know what we don't know
We
yet.
can't make an educated decision until we can pass this resolution and at least put some effort into this. It's really all the resolution is saying is like, give us some effort put into this bond so we can see really what it's going to look like for the city.
Trustee Davis?
So we're looking at spending $310,000 to determine if we should move forward on a bond.
I mean, that's what you have to do in order to, well, you have to begin the process.
Well, but you don't have to do all that. You can look at community engagement. You can take a poll, but we do know that it didn't pass before.
I know, I understand that, Trustee Davis, but Aliso Viejo is really a little glimmer of light within the district. I understand what you're saying about the 55%, but you have to understand they did have more votes for the measures, both of them. And that was with very little outreach. Like I didn't even get much outreach with Measure F. It wasn't, I didn't even feel as a parent in the community that I really even knew what was going on at that point. Measure I got more involved, but I feel like we're already ahead of the game at this point because we have a grassroots movement that's already started and this hasn't even started. So I feel like we're already ahead of where we were for that these parents are already coming to me saying, okay, we're ready for this. Let's see what we can do. They're ready to improve their schools. They want top-notch facilities for their children. So it's just a matter of, I understand we didn't get the 55%, but it's a possibility. It's there. It's not a huge reach like it is in other communities. If you look at Laguna Niguel or you look at San Clemente, that's That's a tough reach. It's not that way in Aliso. It's much closer. So that's why I want the resolution to pass, obviously, because I think they're ready for it and this will tell us the data that we need.
Trustee Castellanos, understanding everything you said, and I agree with you. You don't think with the grassroots excitement they have, taking a poll without paying a professional service to do, we may not get the result that would indicate to us we have to move forward?
Well, just listening to Mr. Hampton talk about how it usually comes, community engagement and polling is, happens together. I'm just going on.
And my comment on that, even Gila, when you said we only need to do B, but you also said when they find out what the bonding capacity is, well, we aren't going to do that unless we do C and D. So we need we need all that to go to support whatever polling we do. I mean,
I'm hoping Aliso Viejo can be the model of how we can run bonds in the district.
and me too, but and I want that so much that I want to make sure it's done right. I'm not sure that the community wants to do it quickly in order to fail versus slowly in order to succeed. That's my concern. I want this to happen. I believe, I totally agree with you. This is the community that has the greatest likelihood of doing it. They haven't done it yet, but there's a great likelihood. However, we're in a very anti-public education period. There's a lot of people who might have voted for it 2 years ago who might not in a year. So I think there's just a lot going on. And if this goes again and fails, it's just going to be so much harder later. I would just rather kind of go slow to go fast. I want this to happen. I think there's a good chance it would pass, but if we rush into it, I think we're going to be sorry.
We need
Yeah. Okay, Trustee Hanachek, and then we really kind of need to have a motion before we continue discussion. We're having discussion before the motion.
Right. So circling all the way back around, we need data, and data is data. So if we move forward with this, so we get the information that you need with what's being requested, it's not going to just dissolve overnight. And then we go into our next steps about timing, et cetera, for bonds as the community gets to know stuff. I think at the end of the day, this is the work we have to do. Unless you do not believe in modernizing your schools. I mean, there's that. I mean, there could be, I don't know. But if you believe that children should be educated in schools that represent our values and our expectations for them, as well as what the communities express, then we don't have an option. This is the work we do. We do it over and over and over again. And each time there's no waiting, right? We can wait forever till there will be no perfect time. And right now might be the perfect time. So I think didn't I put the resolution out there? I've forgotten. I mean, the motion out there.
We don't have a motion on this one.
Okay, I would like to move staff's recommendation for resolution, I don't have my glasses on, 2122-24 to consider and resource the investigation of a potential future bond measure for City of Aliso Viejo TK8 or TK12. That's the information that we'll get once we run the data, which one that we do.
Second.
Okay, moved by Trustee Hanachek, second by Trustee Castellanos. Okay, limited additional discussion. You guys have all pretty much had your say, but if you have any other discussion. Okay, all in favor, resolution?
Student advisor has gone home for the evening. Our trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Nay, just not as it is, sorry.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye, passes 5-2. Okay. All right, do we want to do 46 and then back to 41? Or we have a speaker on both, right? Ms. Page? Okay, stay on bonds, 46. Mr. Hampton,
So just to be clear, item 46.
item 46.
So this is a resolution for support of a state bond measure that's being proposed for November of 2022. This is a state school bond measure. And currently Capistrano Unified has about a little over $17 million in matching funds that are awaiting funding. And the state bond in November, if it happens and passes, would generate the funds necessary for us to receive that matching funds for projects that we have planned. Staff recommends approval.
And we do have a speaker on this one.
Yes, we have a Michelle Colossal Campbell. Michelle, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. If our board is to send a resolution supporting a statewide schools facility bond, I really hope the support is unanimous. And this is a start of a commitment to work towards securing facility funding for our district. Our students need modernized facilities, and state matching funds are one of the ways we can work towards that goal. Thank you very much.
Trustee comments?
I have a question for Clark Hampton. Clark, do you remember who that was? I had received this resolution and forwarded it to you. Do you remember who that was? I'm trying to find the email that
it was
requested
either-
us to support it.
It was either CSBA or the Coalition for Adequate School Housing, CASH. But I can't remember right off the top of my head, but those are, I know the CASH is advocates for the state bonds for matching funds, but I'm not sure. I can find out and let the board know.
Mrs. Hayes thought that it was a delegate from CSBA who sent it.
Is that what it was? Yeah. So as I think was stated, I know in particular, the funds from the STEAM building at Newhart, the STEM building at Aliso Niguel High School. We want matching funds for the dollars that we still have not spent to be able to do the repairs at Capo Valley High School. So as well as anything that we want matching funds for. So I am an advocate for passing this resolution and submitting it in support. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Are the other trustees? No? I'm asking questions. Before I can ask questions?
Need a motion and a second, and then it's discussion.
I will move the item.
I said, yep, thank you.
Okay, moved by trustee Jones, second by trustee Castellanos. Question. So those are 2 of the 5 projects that we have that await 17 million. The other ones are,
So the projects that we would be in line for, if the state bond were to pass, it would be the projects that generated the match money, Aliso Niguel High School STEM building, the Newhart STEAM building, Ambule Elementary School modernization, Aliso Niguel High School solar panel project, and Palisades Elementary School modernization.
thank you. That's my first question. On the bottom of page, I guess the second page, it's the first page of the resolution, the last whereas on the page. Actually, there's a couple of whereases that I'd like to delete, but I want to discuss it first before I offer a substitute motion. The last whereas says Assembly Bill 75, the Bond Act of 22 will not raise individual local property taxes while at the same time reduces the need for additional local property taxes for school facilities. Haven't we been telling people that they're already going to pay, if this passes, they'll already pay this in their property taxes? If we don't pass a local one, we don't get any money back. So how? So if it doesn't increase your local property taxes, where does this come from?
Because the state that uses existing property tax revenues to pay the bonds. So that's so the idea is, but the only way to receive this money is to also have local money to match. So to get money that taxpayers are already paying for here, their taxpayers here are paying for those state bonds to be paid off.
Okay,
To
so
get the money, To
It's-
get it, there has to be local much.
Okay, so
local match.
it's the property tax we already pay, not an additional property.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
got that. There are two whereases that I think we should strike. One is the fifth one, which says where school buildings over to 75-year-olds will qualify for replacement. That may be true for the statewide, but that doesn't really, we don't have anything that's over 75 unless you count Union, right? Is that appropriate for us?
I think we have some buildings that are over 75 years old.
That's what I said. That's what I did. Okay, so, okay, are they 75 years old?
I know Union
Okay.
High School.
I'm okay leaving it in if that's okay. There is one over the 1, 2, 3, fourth one down on the second page. Says Bond Act of 2022 provides for an increase in fair and equitable distribution of funds to schools where they are most needed and provide specific assistance to small school districts throughout the state. That's not us.
Right. It's just kind of, it's covering kind of the idea behind the bond measure.
Right, it's the template behind it, but
Yes.
I guess if somebody cornered me, I'd say, yeah, gee, I voted for that resolution that really gives preference to small school districts. That didn't help me.
But you could tell them we're also in line just with, in the other
Well-
larger districts as well.
Well, we could just remove it.
It could be.
Yeah. Okay. Right, all right. So I'm going to offer a substitute resolution that deletes that fourth whereas on the second page.
Before you go on, what about on the last one on the first page? And it says, while at the same time reduces the need for additional local property taxes for school facilities. I'm a little in favor of taking that off as well, because I think it gives, I understand what it's saying, but I think it could be interpreted to mean that, oh, once I do this, then I don't have to pass the local bonds.
You're right, the way that's worded, that says that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to change my substitute motion with an upset substitute motion. That deletes the last whereas on the first page and the fourth whereas on the second page.
Well, it doesn't have to delete the whole one, just at the first clause, the second clause. You could say will not raise individual local property taxes and then just take out the while at the same time.
Okay, all right, I'm going to revise my substitute motion once again.
Okay,
Deleting on the last whereas of the first page, everything after property taxes, comma, replace the comma with a semicolon and add the word and. And delete the fourth whereas on the second page. That clear as mud? So that's my motion.
second.
Okay. Moved by me, trustee McNicholas, second by trustee Jones. Resolution? So it's a roll call.
Trustee Brunstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos. Trustee Davis. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Passes 7-0 as amended.
So now we're on the 41. Okay. Thank you, President McNicholas. So as trustees know, that was shared with trustees at the November 3rd board meeting, that every census in the United States recounts the population across the country. And one of the obligations of the school board is to rebalance the trustee areas after each census. So the post-census rebalancing for 2020 census, it was shared with trustees that the population's changed enough to warrant the need to rebalance the population, and trustees passed a resolution providing guidance to that rebalancing and asked for 3 maps. Tonight, our demographer and district legal counsel is here to share actually 5 maps, with 3 of them being kind of derivatives of the first 2, and go over the process in which they redrew the boundaries. I would like to point out that the maps are conceptual. So if the trustees pick one of the concept maps, then the demographer would then go through and fine tune the boundaries to be refined so that they follow streets, they don't cut a house in half and things like that. But for the most part, it would be a very minor change to fine tune it. And what's presented tonight is acceptable. The maps are all acceptable for options to choose from. So this speakers tonight are Ron Van Orden, and he's with Decision Insight, and I'll have him come up. And then we have Ron Wankart with Atkinson Andelson, who is district legal counsel, that can provide any answers to trustees' questions.
President Nichols, Board of Trustees, Defendant Vitaly Brutle. Good evening, and I'm happy to be back here. Clark gave me a good introduction. Clark did mention the criteria and the requirements, so I won't spend too much time on that. We'll review the current trustee areas briefly, and then I will mention some challenges and some of the approaches we took to address those challenges. And then we will review each scenario. And of course, at the end, we will endeavor to answer any questions that you have. And if the board would want to entertain some next steps or talk about some additional analyses we could do, I could speak to that. So the requirements are that these trustee areas need to be nearly equal in the number of inhabitants. So that is one of the challenges we had to grapple with. And in addition to that, we have to comply with both the California and federal voting rights acts. Beyond that, we want the boundaries to be compact and contiguous. Contiguous is a little bit easier because we don't break the trustees into multiple areas. Compactness is a little bit more subjective and dependent on geography or topography. Beyond that, for Capistrano, the board challenged us with taking into consideration the location of high schools and the consideration of their cities and municipal boundaries. You can see the map of the current trustee areas. As Clark mentioned, trustee area 2 had experienced a significant amount of growth, and to a lesser degree, trustee area 5 experienced some growth as well, which necessitated the need to be rebalanced. As we've gone through this, one of the pointer here. Oh, there we go. So whenever you move one of the lines, that has a cascading effect, right? So if I were to modify trustee areas 2 line where it meets 7, I would, let's say I move the line into 7, that would increase 2 and decrease 7. Then you'd need to balance 7, which means you affect 6, and then that affects 5 and 4 and so on. So some of the challenges that we encountered when working on this for the district, Capistrano is a unique area. You have beach communities, you have inland areas, suburbia, and so the population densities do vary. And you also have some open areas. You can see the large open wilderness area in 2. The Ladera area has approximately 28,000 inhabitants, which if you recall from the last time I was here, the average size we're trying to shoot for is about 51,000. So that Ladera could be really almost over half of one trustee area. In addition, we have a slide of the city overlays. You have 7 cities and additional unincorporated communities like Ladera and Coto de Caza, and we're cognizant and aware of those unique communities and the need for trustees to represent those communities. Beyond that, your district boundary does preclude us from making some changes in various areas. So for example, area 5, you can see a large portion of the northern part is the actual district boundary. So we really can't affect that. We can't make any changes there. Same is true for area 3, which is the southern portion. And Also, the area between 2 and 3, up in that area, there's really open area, there's no population. So moving that line has no effect. This, and hopefully you can see this, you can see click it over, oh, there we go. So you can see the city overlay of those cities, how they intersect with the current trustee areas. So we actually went through a process of where we created 9 total scenarios. 4 in this process were eliminated from consideration. They didn't meet the recommendations and the requirements that you set out for us. And so what we have tonight are 5 scenarios, which we will review briefly. We did go with the Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo. Delta and Echo are iterations of Alpha. You'll see some similarities, but they are viable options on their own. And then Bravo and Charlie is an iteration of Bravo with some similarities, but a unique scenario in its own right. So the first slide here is going to be the proposed boundaries for Alpha. And you will see there the population table with the Hispanic Latino population counts. That's listed there as that is the community of interest that would most be needed to be evaluated for the Voting Rights Act criteria.
Can you, I'll stop you there. Can you explain what the Voting Rights Act criteria is? And does it would be compared, it would compare this list to a current one? What our current breakdown of the Hispanic Latino population is?
So what's listed there would be the 2020 census population count for individuals that reported as Hispanic Latino. Why that is important is the Voting Rights Act, both the California and federal. The spirit of that law is that you cannot draw a line in a manner that would reduce or diminish their voting power. Legal counsel can speak to the intricacies a lot more in depth about that. The feedback they've given us through this process is that your Hispanic Latino population is fairly well dispersed across the district. So in all these scenarios, it should represent an issue.
And I'll just add, one of the criteria was, say you had a trustee area that was 51% Hispanic Latino. And then the boundaries were drawn so that they became 35%. That would violate the Voting Rights Act, because it would mean they were no longer a majority within that trustee area.
Okay, so that would be based on a percentage, not a raw number.
Correct.
For example, if in Alpha trustee area 6 has 17,000, but in the current one, it has 14,000. But it wouldn't make a difference because unless it changed the percentage of the population.
A significant change. So we
Okay.
found that with these options, was not enough of a significant change to warrant triggering a concern.
Okay, I get it.
So some notes for Alpha. Alpha, I would characterize Alpha as representing really a minimal amount of change, the least amount of change. The population in this scenario is very well balanced. We would go through a process of refining it street by street, which may modify those numbers slightly, but there's not a lot of additional work required. All areas, trustee areas, have one comprehensive high school except for 4. And Laguna Hill, Miguel Hills Middle School is in 4 in this scenario. Trustee area 2 in this scenario, while well balanced, is not significantly lower than the other trustees. That was one thing that we discussed at the last board meeting. In our analysis, we had it quite balanced. I do understand the desire, but the amount of development and the amount of population growth that is expected, more than likely we'll have to rebalance again in 10 years. So we felt this scenario was effective as is. Bravo represents a little bit more significant change. You can see in this scenario, area 7 extends down to Capitol Valley High School. What that does is requires us to move 2 up. There's approximately 12,000 inhabitants between where the current line, the southern line of area 7 is and Capitol Valley High School. So there's a pretty significant amount of population there. So that moving that line down drives 7's population up, which requires us to move 2 over and then 6 up into the Ladera Ranch area. There are some modifications where 5 meets 4 to balance 5 and bring their population down as well. But that is really the significant facet of this scenario, is bringing this down. There will be some additional refinements needed. As Clark mentioned at the beginning, this is these maps are conceptual. There will be some additional balancing needed. By conceptual, we got these to a point where we could, we feel they are viable and we would just need to fine tune them a little bit. In this scenario, all of the areas do have a comprehensive high school except for 1. So it's in the last Alpha 4 did not have a comprehensive high school. Now 1 is the area without a comprehensive high school. So Charlie, again, a similarities to Bravo. In this case, and I should just go back here, in this case, a notable feature of Bravo is that Ladera does have 2, it is effectively divided and it would have 2 trustees representing that community. You can see where that line kind of is horizontal. That is because of that large concentration of population there. So moving to Charlie, very similar, except in this scenario, Ladera is still represented by 2. But again, to balance the population, we moved the 6 up to the Estancia area. So it's just a different option for the board to evaluate. There needs to be some additional balancing. I want to be fully upfront and manage expectations. In this scenario, areas 2 and 7 are still a little bit high. So there would need to be some refinement on the southern portion here. Again, there's a large concentrations of population, so we would not have a dramatically different map, but there may be some streets and such we have to modify in that southern area.
I have a question on that comment. You said that on Charlie, 2 and 7 then are on the high side, but do you not mean 2 and 3? Because 3 is greater than 7. 53,000 versus 52 on Charlie.
Yes, so there are some that are above, and I do mention, I point out those specifically because they are 2 and 7 are the 2 really in question here. You are correct, 3 is high as well. That 51,000 is about the balancing area. I mentioned specifically 2 and 7 because really where that line falls. And the fact that if we wanted Capitol Valley High School to be in 7, that limits what we can do there. So I just wanted to note that. I didn't note every single one that was a little high. Does that make sense? And did I answer your question?
So you'd need to balance area 3 also with the streets. So you'd have to balance 3 a little. You'd have to take 6 up a smidge to balance 7 and 2, theoretically.
Yes. Can we move on to Delta? Delta, again, is an iteration of Alpha. So you can see in this scenario, 7 does not extend down to Capitol Valley High School. And again, being that 2 needed to, with 2 was a little high, we did have 7 move to the east And 6, move up towards Estancia again to reduce 2's population. Some additional balancing between 4 and 5. And some notes about this is that area 3 is still a little high, and all of the areas have 1 comprehensive except for 4 comprehensive high school.
President McNicholas, before our presenter goes on, I think we may need to make a motion to extend the meeting. So I'll make that motion.
Second.
Let's make it an hour. It doesn't hurt anything to make it an hour. All in favor, say aye. Reluctantly, aye.
Echo is another iteration of alpha, another version. The population is balanced. Area 4 is slightly higher than ideal, but again, with some very minor refinement, we can bring that into balance. And trustee area 2 in this scenario is below the ideal, which was one of the items mentioned at our last meeting. And in this scenario, all areas have 1 comprehensive high school except for 4. So if there was a scenario or scenarios that the board did want some additional analysis on, what we would do is bring back a map where all of the streets are, where the maps are defined down to the household street level, a full comprehensive demographic analysis, and any additional balancing that would be needed, we would have that. We are presenting 5, so that work is a lot more intensive. So if there was certainly a scenario that there was no interest that the board wanted to pursue, we would eliminate those. At this point, I will either hand it back to Clark or answer any questions that.
Yeah, I think really what the board is deciding is whether to really look at the high school feeder pattern scenario or not, right? So either looking at alpha or some iteration of alpha, or looking at Bravo and some iteration of Bravo. And if you wanted us to refine both of those and then bring both of those back, but I highly encourage us to land sort of on 2 and really have the policy discussion about whether the value of the high school feeder pattern is important or not. And we know it's not perfect anyway that you do this, but I just think that's kind of the bottom line to this as you look at these concepts. Because I don't want to, I just don't think we should try to get it down to 2. 1, great, but if it's 2 so that we can keep moving forward.
And I'll start the discussion. I don't like Alpha and Bravo because they split Ladera Ranch, and it's a very cohesive group. And I think I work a lot with the district employees, telling them kind of where Ladera is, and I kind of am monitoring the entire community. So I really think it's important to keep it together. It's also odd because I won't even represent Oso Grande in either of those, which is right by my house. That's where my kids went to school. So for me, I'm okay with the other 3, but Alpha and Bravo are not my favorite. I think like we talked about before, it's important that we look at those feeding patterns. We've spoken several times about that, and Charlie does that in those 2 areas that are problematic, right? 7 and 2. I think 7's a little tricky for that particular reason, just the feeding patterns of those schools. And area 2 is huge. It's just massive, right? So there's not a reasonable way to make some of those changes. So it's tricky.
Before we move on, I believe we have speaker cards. Can you double check, Colleen?
I'm sorry, we have 1 speaker. Michelle Colosso Campbell. Thank you for waiting.
Not a worry. Thank you for letting us speak tonight. I really appreciated the presentation by the demographer. It really was insightful as to how they created these maps. One of the ideal maps that I see really is ECHO. It keeps some of our areas very cohesive, and it allows for at least partially to follow the feeder patterns. It does not completely do that. There is no ideal way when we're trying to divide up almost 200 square miles where people live in pockets where of dense areas. And then we also have large areas of open space and wilderness, which is why when we look at these maps, we see large areas like trustee area 2 looks humongous on every single map. And then I have to remind myself, wait, that's open space. It's wilderness area. And coyotes and jackrabbits and bunnies don't get to vote, though I'm sure they would vote in very interesting ways. We only get to consider the people. So I really want us to be able to, as much as possible, think about also keeping city boundaries and respecting those, as well as the high school feeder boundaries. And while we keep saying there isn't a comprehensive high school, there is Union High School, and that needs to be recognized because Union High School supports all of the students in our district. And so whatever trustee ends up with Union High School in their area has an absolute gift because they are representing students from all over the district in that one school site. So please consider that when you're making your thoughts. And maybe everyone gets one then, because Union does count. Thank you very much.
I have a comment. Oh, go ahead, Gila. Oh, okay. As much as I love the feeder patterns, it's really, and once we're elected, we support all of the high schools, whether you live in it or whether your kids went to it or not. Same way with middle schools. I mean, right now, Miguel Hills is not in my trustee area, but everybody in my trustee area goes to Miguel Hills. So it's the voters and the residents that we connect with and that are gonna, this is what they're gonna, those people are gonna vote for us, hopefully. So it's not where the school is, where the building is. So I still like feeder patterns. I'd love to do that. But I'm still, even if Dana Hills isn't in my area, I'm absolutely going to be there as much as I can and support the team. It's just the people that live around there won't get to vote for them. It's my comment on feeder patterns.
Well, I think that goes without saying. We are here for the entire school district. But I'm going to say this again, area 7 out of 7 areas is the only one that without having the congruency of the feeder pattern, that this is all about elections. This is has nothing to do with the families where the kids are flowing. This is about elections, it's about population, and it's about the ethnicity of your community. And if you live and you work with the schools in an area, but over here, those are the ones that are voting for you. You know, how do you get to know them better and have them know you? And so area 7, it's not a personal thing. This is a 10-year plan. And when I'm ready not to be serving on the board, the next, and when it comes to elections, you know, on the school board, unless you're looking to become a politician, we have a lot of parents who are really invested with these decisions we're making in these times, who'd like to become possibly school board members. And it's very expensive, just like when we used to have districts at large. It's very expensive to run a campaign when you're having to talk to people and people that you don't readily know. This is why I am emphasizing in terms of the congruency and the flow pattern, because I think it's fair that then all 7 have that opportunity with a high school, because even when it comes to looking at spending money on a bond, and we thought, okay, high schools, because all of our schools feed into the high school. That's where you've got the biggest populations. The high school matters. That's my point. Thank you.
Anybody else? Gila. So none of these maps help my feeder pattern because I'm all over the place. So, you know, that argument doesn't, you know, work for me at all. I understand it. It's a good thing, but, you know, and then, for example, Trustee Bronstein says, you know, she lives right by Oso Grande. Well, I'm in Area 6 and I live right by Ambule. My kids went to Ambule. My neighbors go to San Juan Hills and those are not in, you know, in my area. So we cannot get all these things. I don't have, I actually prefer Alpha because I think it's the least disruptive. I think there could be some tweaks to it. But I mean, I understand all these arguments. It's just that there is no perfect way to do this. I think it was pointed out that, you know, we've got this kind of weird shaped district. It's not a nice box. We've got some very dense areas. We've got some areas with no people at all. I would rather make relatively few changes. All of us, except for perhaps Trustee Bullicus, have run in our current trustee areas. So I think if we don't change them very much, then that does work for us because we have all, you know, gone and met the people in that area. I would love to be able to just represent one city and maybe a little piece of some other city. Yes, like Trustee Castellanos can do, and like Trustee Davis mostly does. But that unfortunately is not the world we are in. And I would just like to upset the apple cart as little as possible. And if Trustee Bronstein would like to have Oso Grande back, well, then maybe I get Ambule or I'll take Chaparral. I mean, the problem with Oso Grande being in 6 is you kind of can't get there from here. Whereas you can get to Chaparral from Oso Parkway. And I think that's Oso. Anyway, I mean,
Ladera, the people that voted for me, it's just going to be odd because I'm currently serving and suddenly you're representing a part of Ladera. I don't know.
I understand.
I talked about, and you know, I'm very connected to the community. And I talked about the Ambule, then they just said the numbers didn't work. It wasn't like I was fighting for.
No.
I just feel really strongly about keeping Ladera together. I think it's going to be problematic to have two different voices. And I think they're just always going to go to me anyway. So then I'm gonna be like suddenly forwarding them to you. It's just gonna be
But you know,
weird.
there's people in my area who go to Judy because they know Judy and they don't know me. I mean, you're just gonna get that, but I understand. And maybe just a few tweaks could be made to that. I just,
What's the problem with CD and E? I mean,
Charlie.
My issues are only A and B, so.
I would be okay with Echo. Yeah, I would be okay with Echo.
I have a problem with Bravo and Charlie in that it artificially adds a high Hispanic population out of number 4 to number 6. It's not part of the community at all, other than it's high density Hispanic population. Charlie, Bravo and Charlie hit the area around Hidden Hills out of 4 and put it in 6. Okay, and that's only for ethnic population. It's not by feeder school, it's not by community, it's not by city, it's not by anything else.
So to me, that's an artificial.
So remember, one of the things we're trying to do is balance. So when we talk about this idea of tweaks, we're doing the best we can, right? So you got to push and pull somewhere, wherever that is. So this started with Alpha and Bravo, and then these others generated out of those two. But no matter where we are, these tweaks will swing an entire few neighborhoods, right? As you all understand.
So for the process of elimination, does it make sense that within alpha and its derivatives and Bravo and its derivatives, to find one of them out of alpha and one of them out of Bravo to be the finalist, or they might end up being two out of alpha, one is, you know?
Well, I think why I brought this up is that I do think there are two competing interests here that we've got to clarify. Either the majority of the board or all of you really want to focus on feeder patterns by taking 7 down to Capo Valley High School. That is one sort of theory of action in this, because then we balance around some of that. Or it's kind of the alpha, and whether there's a tweak on alpha like Echo, where you're balancing by bringing 7 into 2. Because remember, the problem is 2 and 5, right? We have to balance those two, and there's not perfect ways to do it, because you can't take 2 into 3, right? Because where would you take to do that? So really, and you have to take a little smidge out of 3. So you start to then balance up, right? So you're taking a little bit of 3 up through 1 into 4, smush over to 6. And that's why I think the idea of Hidden Hills area, came out, because literally I have worked on a lot of projects in my career. This is the hardest project to get this right, because it's like, pushing sand sometimes, because you push it up this way and it falls back this way. And then, they've tried to do some pretty magical work to make this happen, and it doesn't quite work out. So I think that's the concept really we need to have the board tell us, because then we could do better balancing street by street if we had a sense of which way you wanted to push. Really, it's 2. Because that would help us make some decisions.
I don't know if this is helpful or not. I'm non-committal. I've always had, this random, no feeder pattern, no high schools, no schools. I mean, it's just, it is what it is. It's great, but I go out in the ocean.
You have the beach. You have the beach.
But I do think we're getting, if we get the feeder pattern idea and really bogged down around schools is a challenge. And it's really not where the district or any district with school of choice, with programs, with different things really happen. And I don't know if that makes it more confusing if you remove that, where you're not, chained to feeder patterns and just go to population. But what I don't like is really splitting a community like Ladera. That doesn't make sense to me. No matter who is running for office, no matter who's representing them. Also, I don't know if this rectifies that strange little Laguna Niguel area that always was over in Aliso. If that removes that, there's some things that'll be better when we're done. So I don't know if that helps. I think we get bogged down with where the schools are, and the schools, it's almost impossible. And that could, this district could change, boundaries, feeder, as far as school boundaries, not our boundaries. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Don't want to talk about school boundaries.
I just want to very briefly say that when you talk about splitting communities, San Juan Capistrano is represented right now by 3 different trustees. And I would really like to get more of that in my area, because I am very well known in San Juan Capistrano. But, whatever. Okay.
And Mission Viejo is split. It's split between the two of us. Seems like Mission Viejo should be all together. So, yeah, it's a dream and a wish.
So when you look at Charlie, Charlie gets 7 to Capo Valley and keeps Ladera together. But it really squeezes it, right? And in a way that doesn't,
Bravo or Charlie?
Charlie.
No, Charlie splits Ladera as well because Essentia.
No, Charlie does not.
Essentia is Ladera.
Yeah, I don't think about Essentia as Ladera.
Essentia is Essentia. Oh, okay, okay. Okay.
It's super dense, the problem with Google Maps is that little density right there.
Creates the.
Those 3 little schools are 25,000 people.
So much chaparral and there.
That area right there is 25,000 people. So this is what makes it complex, right? To be able to squeeze this around, because as soon as you start squeezing, right?
I don't like Charlie because of the thumb over into from 6 into 4, and it also pushes 4 up to include Wood Canyon. Mhm. Well, then 4 would be undersized.
So every time we move this, it's about 200 to 700 people, unless it's an area like Ladera, which is 25,000. Capo Valley is about 12,000, just that little circle right there. When you start messing with the beach, every 2 streets, you start to see 100, 200, 300, like smushing around between shore cliffs. And, you know, I've learned more on this project than I ever wanted to about our community. Or, you know, just around, it's so hard to get this exactly right. So, I mean, I guess and then with 5, remember, we have to give part of 5. And the only place to give it is either 4 or 6. And as soon as we start with that, then you have to start and you have to give away from 2. So it only goes to 7 or 6.
So let me
You can't give
propose
it to
something.
3.
How about if we kind of do like a show of hands and like, and see on each one, how many trustees object to that one? And then our goal will be to get down to as few as possible. It might be 3, it might be 2, it might be 1. And so just we'll go with or let's see what happens if we do that. And then just, so basically we're doing a poll of negative poll. We're doing a polling negative. So,
And I actually started to do this, right? So you all know me very well. So good idea, Gila, but I was trying to do it on the positive side.
okay,
What you could tweak and live with potentially if this changed or that changed, or could you consider this kind of? So I heard Trustee Bronstein say C, D, and E. Yes. So, and then I heard Judy talk about C and B, that feeders were important. I heard Gila talk about alpha and E. So if I have that correct, we could start to go through some of the other trustees.
I can also accept Charlie, Alpha, Echo, Charlie.
Okay.
I can do Alpha and Echo, but not Charlie.
Lisa and Amy.
Are you spelling a bad word?
Well, there's no limit if you're okay with all of them, whatever you're okay with.
Tango X-ray.
I understand what some of the other, if I was there, you know, so I'm good with Neil. I Delta looks great, Echo.
Yeah, I'm okay with Echo too.
I have that for you.
I have that for you. So Amy, Delta, and Echo. Anyone else?
For me, echo probably the strongest.
Well, because the only way that I would want to look at not going to Capo is that Las Flores is then connected with Soro. I'm big on the feeder, you know, it's like, give me a feeder. If you're not gonna give Area 7 Capo, then at least allow that trustee to get to know their middle school feeding into their high school is an opportunity to work with that area. Because right now, you know, having Soro, most of the kids are coming from Las Flores. So Echo is not my favorite.
Well, then Alpha would give you Las Flores then to Sorrow.
Or
That's why I'm saying Echo would be my least favorite.
would Delta be better? Because it has Tesoro and Las Flores.
Yes, Delta is better than Echo. Some semblance.
Okay, Lisa?
As far as feeding patterns go, I would say Charlie and Delta. I think working off Charlie I think 6 is tricky all the way around, and 2 is just massive. And that Ladera area is just smashed, so it's tricky, and that happens to be right in the middle. So it's not like you can scooch it over to make it navigate better. I mean, for me, 3, it's all the same. Nothing much changes for me on any of them, really, just a
So
little.
C
scooch
or
over.
D?
C or D.
Okay, so it looks like we can refine Charlie and Delta and bring both of those maps back to you. So maybe we could talk a little bit about ideas of tweaking those maps, right? Know that we can't just deliver on every tweak, but things that are important in Charlie and then Delta. Maybe we could start with Charlie.
So I just want to, I understand Martha's issue with Charlie, but part of what I have been hoping for is a trustee area that at some point in time can elect a Latino. And that is what that little Hidden Hills chunk potentially provides. And
where's Hidden Hills exactly?
It's that little piece that sticks out there in the thumb.
The far left.
In Charlie.
On the black line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, I understand what you're saying, but that is a concern to me.
Should be in 6 or should be in 4?
Well, in Charlie, it's in 6, and Martha didn't like Charlie, and that was the reason. Am I right?
Right, because the ethnicity is the only thing that links that area to 6. It's not feeder pattern, it's not community, it's not city. And there's a big mountain in between. Great hiking on the dragon.
The squishing more on the top end, Martha?
Martha, you think Delta's better?
Yes.
So the tweaking is Hidden Hills in Charlie. Is that the issue?
That's my issue in Charlie.
Akila, tell me, I want to make sure I'm capturing yours too.
So, yeah, so as this area changes, it will probably be more and more Latino. And as the community changes, the school population will be more and more Latino, even if the overall population is not. And I just feel like the Latino, not necessarily now, maybe it's not quite there yet, but at some point in time, that community will want and deserves to have a Latino representing them. You know, we are doing more and recognizing more of those issues in the district now. We have Patricia, who is now going to do translation for us, so on and so forth. But it's just what I believe is going to be the growth in Latino students, not
not necessarily population, but very definitely in students as time goes by, because we have more of the non-Latinos choosing private and charter. And so I think that is just what we're gonna see in our schools.
Delta actually has more Latino population than Charlotte. There's Delta.
So somehow 6 would smush into 1 a little in order to give. We're gonna have to do a 3-way trade between 4, 6, and 1 to do some balancing. I think that's what would happen, 4, 6, and 1 trading. Okay, I know it's 11:30. Delta was the other one. Any feedback on Delta?
Well, I still like Alpha the best, I'm sorry.
And then Echo, we're gonna bring back 2, because when we count it again, Echo has, so you'll have 3. You'll have Charlie, Delta, and Echo.
Okay, all right.
So anything on Delta in particular?
Part of Aliso or is that? That's. Okay, all right.
That's okay. Okay. Yeah. Right. And then I lose Dana and Malcolm.
Okay,
We could, that may be a fine tuning around Malcolm.
we're on Delta, fine tuning around Malcolm.
Around Malcolm.
Okay, capturing that. And then Echo, anything on Echo?
Well, I'd still like to have more of San Juan, but it is what it is.
Say that, Gila, one more
I'd
time.
still like to have more of San Juan. You know, the Ambule area, the area over by Del Obispo. But, you know, I mean, I'm not gonna go, which I think probably follow.
But there may be a way to smush a little 2 to 6.
Where,
Yeah,
yeah, like, some of this, some of this. Yeah.
okay, so Ambule,
So
Del
maybe I
Obispo.
lose that, but I'm not sure that helps.
We'll see what we can do.
And the reason
Okay,
I like Echo less was because then Las Flores Middle School is not in. That's still with Area 2 Pamela. And I don't know how many Las Flores middle schoolers go to San Juan Hills. Yeah, they
Yeah.
go to Tesoro.
They go to Tesoro. Yeah, I mean, that's like, you can walk to Tesoro from Las Flores. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So nobody,
So I just think Las Flores should stay with Tesoro.
Yeah,
In whatever line you draw, but I think those two should be
right.
congruent.
But again, you know, feeder patterns, Marco Forster Middle School, kids go to Capo, Dana, and
Clementi.
No, probably not. I mean, some kids go everywhere and San Juan Hills. So there is no feeder pattern. And I mean, I think it is the worst, but there's a lot of places like that where, you know, these kids go here and these kids go there.
okay, so this, sorry. So what I heard in Echo is a little more of San Juan into 6, which, and then in 7, Los Flores, and then we're gonna have to do that squishing around everywhere to do that balancing. So part of 7 may have to come down a little in order to do that. And then we'll bring back Charlie, Delta, and Echo with the analysis down to the street level.
Just have a question, it's not a different direction, but on Bravo, 5 spikes down to the left. And none of the other maps show that spike, and we believe that's wilderness area, so it shouldn't make a difference. You know, on all the other, like Charlie, Delta, and Bravo. I mean, it's more of a straight line, or whether it includes Wood Canyon or not, but it doesn't have that sharp spike down, so.
Some of the adjustments might be like to follow geographical features. So like say if there's a valley that runs and it snakes through, then it would look like that instead of just being a straight line.
Okay, and it's not one of our favored ones to tweak anyway, so,
Right, it wouldn't change any of the population.
Right.
for those guys.
right. Okay, do we have direction then to staff?
Yep, we'll be back in January with Charlie, Delta, Echo, with as best as we can, the tweaks you've talked about.
Hey,
Well, I'm sorry, just one more little comment. So Alpha, the more I look at it, the more I wonder if that's a reasonable possibility. Because
Gila liked Alpha.
the amount of change,
Mhm.
but still meeting the new guidelines.
But Alpha splits those 3 Ladera schools because the one then pops down to 6.
But then it also takes the Hidden Hills and keeps it up. Well, Tesora's in 7 in this Alpha.
Tesoro's always there.
Oh my. Nothing's ideal.
That's true. Okay, we'll bring back the 3 maps. Charlie, Delta, and Echo.
Okay, thank you, trustees. We are on to item 42, first interim. Clark, we always get the exciting things at 11:30 at night.
Yes. Thank you, President Nicholas, Board of Trustees. So this is our first, as part of the budget cycle, this is the first interim report after we adopt the budget in June. And this is our fiscal outlook current in the following 2 years as of October 30th of this year. And I'd like to introduce Assistant Superintendent for Fiscal Services, Philippa Townsend, to present this item. Thank you.
Do we have any speakers on this item? No. Okay. Trustees, any questions or comments on the first interim? Okay. I just want to clarify. This is on the attendance issue. On funding, this is slide number 4. Slide number 4. Yes. Back, that one. There. Funding. Because of the lower rate of attendance by students this year, and we're talking 21-22, right? We will be funded on our current year enrollment in 22-23, as it is projected to be higher than the 21-22 attendance. So I guess I want to underline the word enrollment and attendance, because if you just read through that, it makes it sound like we're doing next year's, we're projecting higher attendance next year, and that doesn't make sense to me. So
Yes, that's correct. And it goes back and forth depending on what you expect the attendance rate will be next year. Because if you assume it's going to be 96%, then even though the enrollment will be lower, overall the attendance will be higher than the attendance in this year, when the attendance rate is only 93.8%. So it's kind of a close one, because there wouldn't be a lot of difference, but it would still be higher if you assume that the attendance would be 96% in 22-23.
And that's based on what? Why are we expecting it to be higher next year?
Because
We're not expecting, go ahead.
So the enrollment in this current year is 42,731, and we expect it to be a lower enrollment number next year in 22-23. But because the attendance percentage, that percentage of the kids that are attending is going to be much higher next year, or we anticipate it will be, that actually makes the ADA, the average daily attendance, higher next year than it is in this year. Not by a lot, but it would be higher.
Because normally we're at 96% when we're not quarantining and sick and everybody stays home. So theoretically, you're going to get more kids coming every day if things are so much better and they don't have to stay home for those kinds of reasons.
So even though our enrollment will be lower, the average daily attendance will be higher. So it's, you know.
Okay, I have another question related to that is, are we not held harmless for any reduction in ADA for next year as well?
It goes away next year.
And we're actually not even held harmless in the current year, but we are funded on prior year enrollment this year. So that means that
Okay.
we're still funded on 19-20 this year.
Okay, I guess that's why I'm not held harmless, but we're funded based on the 2019, 2020 enrollment, not ADA?
ADA,
ADA, okay. So that's what we're getting this year.
yes.
And it ends this year, because next year it's going to be based on the real numbers.
If the numbers come in as we're expecting, we would be funded on the current year ADA next year.
I'm not on current year.
The state will fund you on the entire year.
Okay,
Because of the attendance rate, is 3% swing. If our attendance rate is better next year, even though our enrollment is lower, our ADA will be higher. So the state will fund you on that.
okay, so we'll get the higher of the two. Okay, all right, I get it. Any other stupid questions like I asked? Okay. Okay, then we do need to vote to accept or certify, or what do we do? What are we calling this?
I move to accept the certification of the 2021-2022 first interim report.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullock, seconded by trustee Davis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Passes 7-0. 43. This is Ambule Elementary School Modernization Phase 2. Hampton.
Thank you, President McNicholas. Says trustees, when we, at the last board meeting, had discussed the new bonds that were being sold with the Whispering Hills, the board asked us to bring back our plan for utilizing the funds at Ambule Elementary School. So I'll turn it over to John Forney to present this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. So as Mr. Hampton mentioned here, we did do a modernization at Ambule back in the summer of 2019 with the proceeds from Whispering Hill CFD 2005-1. And I'd like to kind of recap what we did back in 2019. So in phase 1 that we're calling it, what we accomplished, we were able to do some modernization of the administration building, the library, we turned it into an innovation lab, modernized the NPR, and then there was a lot of DSA, ADA regulations that had to be upgraded. So all the restrooms were modernized, including the staff restrooms. There was a lot of termite damage and paint that we did to the exterior building. These photos kind of brought the school in these areas up to today's 2021, at the time 2019, so modern with flexible furniture and so forth. Here's some more things that we did. We had the 21st century furniture added to the innovation lab to create the flexible learning environment. Even the office area, we modernized all that area with the furnishings, corrected all the ADA issues along the site that was required by DSA. We added 2 new big toys and got rid of the sandbox. So the new play equipment, added a new lunch shelter. We did the upgrades in the front parking lot to meet the current ADA. And a big thing in today is, the site security fencing. So we add site security fencing to secure the school. Here's a couple more photos of the lunch shelter area. It's hard to see a little bit there. On the right, on the left is, again, looking into the innovation lab. So what we'd like to propose with the additional funding, we knew all along that bonds would be sold, that we could keep moving along at Ambule to accomplish what we want. So looking at these pictures, they're somewhat, yeah, you can see them. I was worried you couldn't see, but when you walk into certain parts of the school, it's 1977. Literally, there's shag carpet on the walls. The flooring is outdated. There's cork ceilings. So we're looking to, in all the classrooms, replace the flooring, paint, upgraded technology. We've been working with TIS to identify the short throw projectors, and the new IT infrastructure would be all new cabling, would be a new MDF room, and the IDFs to support the 21st century technology. Again, remove all the cork ceilings. It's very dark and dungy looking, and replace that with new acoustic tiles. Replace all the doors and the hardware. The hardware is outdated. The doors, you can see a photo there, they're literally in some places falling off the hinges. And remove and replace the old casework. Another thing, working with the site principal and the site, is the goal is to unify the campus. At the time when the school had huge enrollment, we took over the old tutor time building, they call it, which is now the 300 building. And the goal, with the couple classrooms that are still left in that disconnected area, that the principal would like to bring those classes into the main building so that it's more collaborative with her grade level groups. And then we would look at repurposing the 300 building in the future for potential other programs that could be transferred there. In the kinder area, which you can see this picture here, this is really 1970s. It was built with a loft area that no longer is safe to go up, with shag carpet on the walls with a sunken floor. So we'd like to fill in the sunken floor, open that all so there's more of a collaborative space in the kinder area. The school was built with that open concept in the 1970s. So there's partition walls everywhere where you don't have full walls to the classrooms. So the teachers are having a hard time teaching because they can hear each other in other classrooms. So we'd like to remove the tent partitions and create traditional classrooms. Some classrooms are 2,000 square feet, some are 800 square feet. So we would balance that out to make it more conducive for learning. Again, we'd like to add a lot of cosmetic things as well, painting the hallways, and then new asphalt in the back area. When we did the first phase 1, we were able to do some slurry, but it was more lipstick than anything. So there's a lot of potential trip hazards we'd like to address with that. This next picture, again, is just showing the outdated. You can see the casework is outdated. This is one of the huge classrooms, as you can see. The door in the center, it's in a funky area in the kinder area that pretty much leads to nowhere. Teachers sometimes will go through this area. It's a trip hazard. And then on the far right, that's a good example of the partitions that were put up. I snuck my head around the corner. I'm like, there's like a 1.5 foot gap in between there that's doing absolutely nothing. No, it's two. It literally does nothing. I was trying to get a sense of what's going on with these walls. And then when I poked around the corner, there was just an open area like this. It's just made.
store those walls somewhere. So they made that little gap like this because otherwise you've got a room somewhere where you have to store all these extra walls.
Yeah, they do have an existing classroom area that has just stacks of these walls sitting in them currently.
Yeah.
So what we'd like to, do is our recommendation would be approve the architectural proposal to begin the design phase in order to submit to DSA. We would like to shoot for summer of 2022. Some things, as I've mentioned over and over with DSA, sometimes they're out of our hands and it can get backed up, but the goal would be to get this going right away for construction of 2022. And then also approve the construction management proposal to oversee the design. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I move to accept Ambuel Elementary School Modernization Phase 2 project.
Second. Moved by trustee Bogus, second by trustee Castellanos. Is there any discussion? Trustee Jones? No, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Okay, now we go back to the items that were pulled from consent. Item 8. Yeah, there was me and then Lisa had, I know. Gila? Okay. So, you would sort of already know why I pulled this, I will move approval on item 8 minus the project addendum agreement for architectural services, which is the fourth one on item 8.
I second that.
Any discussion? Mr. Hampton, can we do the work that needs to be done without approving this contract?
So with the approval of the resolution to move forward with Dana Hills High School, and one of the, that you're talking about the 149,000 master plan. What's one of the things that's critical when you place a new building on a campus like Dana Hills High School that's contemplating being replaced is having a good cohesive master plan for doing it.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. A good what?
We would need to have we really would need to do the master planning for helping us placing the new building on the campus as well. So we know where that building is in relation to all the other buildings that we expect to do in the.
Given the resolution that was passed this evening, this item would have come back in January based on the resolution that was passed 5-2 this evening.
Yes.
So theoretically, the board has already passed the spending of this $49,000. It's just procedurally, it should have come in January and not tonight.
Correct. But it could be passed tonight if the board wishes to.
Otherwise, it's just coming back in January because you already passed it in the resolution. In the future, we will not put this on consent in the same night that we're asking you to pass a resolution.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. But I don't feel like Mr. Hampton is really being entirely forthright in his statement because we committed the funds for the architect for the new building there and talked about where it was going to be. So, I mean, you can say that we need that for that, but frankly, you are not being forthright with us. And it bothers me because I think that of all the things I believe about you, I believe that you are generally that way. And I'm very bothered.
So to the placement, the suggested placement when we were sharing this at the workshop was a very high level idea that the architects came up with. And it was kind of like a back of the envelope for really truly doing it. And Mr. Forney can speak to that, you would require more detailed analysis of the school site and how it's programmed and where the buildings would go. It's an old campus and how, what the ground level, the different levels of the ground. It's not as simple as doing an aerial and saying, okay, we're gonna put the building there. It does require a lot more time.
Okay, but let's say that we never are successful in passing a seismic bond, and where we replace that existing one-story building, you're still going to be placing the building that we're going to spend all of these other money on, and the one that is also in here to be spec'd out. So, I mean,
well, that would be the master plan, is to be doing that work.
yes, but you're gonna place that building whether we ever pass the seismic bond or not, right? So, you know, I mean, I'm just, this is, you are not being transparent with us, and I am really disappointed.
Well, let me let John Forney speak to that because I value my reputation.
Okay.
And so I listen to the experts and the architects and the people that understand the way of programming buildings and how you place them on campuses that are old like this. And I listen to what they tell me. And when we were coming up with the concepts for replacing, the architect said you could move all the academic area here, you could put the fields here. That's not the master plan. And that is not a way, that's not a way to effectively determine where you would place buildings. I'm not the expert. I can ask John Forney to speak to that, is why the master plan was placed on the agenda for tonight.
Okay, hold for a minute. I need a motion to extend.
Second.
Half hour? Okay, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Okay, I think the clarification is, if I may, we need some architectural and engineering design services in order to do the two-story building that we've already approved. Is that what this contract is for?
And John Forney can speak to it. It's to do the master plan for the site. So John, could you speak on this?
Well, first of all, my apologies that this item's even on the board agenda, because the intent for the master plan was to follow after this board meeting. So, you know, we do a lot of contracts, it got onto the listing, so that wasn't the intent. The master planning is in relationship to the seismic bond. It would give us detailed programming of the entire campus. What Mr. Hampton is saying, it does correlate with designing the new building. But to answer your question, we don't have to have a master plan to place this building. The Board of Trustees did approve the $24 million project. We have an idea where we'd like to put it. But if we could get a seismic bond, if we can get a master plan, we tie it all together. So I think that's kind of the confusion. Like I said, my apologies, this was even on the agenda. The intent was to come in January with any bond-related expenditures.
Okay, is that, how about the item on for CL Consulting, provide facilities planning consulting services for the two-story addition at Dana Hills?
Yeah.
That is the two-story
That
building.
is
That is
the
not the
yes.
seismic
Right.
issue.
Yes,
Okay.
that's absolutely correct.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the contracts minus the contract for LPA Incorporated.
I just want to clarify for the board. If you don't pass this tonight, that's fine. It will be back in January based on your resolution tonight.
I think we should keep it coming back in January. Let's keep, you know, an error was made. So this way we'll procedurally be going how it should be. And I understand how this happened, and I do appreciate Trustee Jones catching it, because it was a moment of like, wow. So if you had, I'm happy to have it come back in January, and thank you for your description.
Will we also then see probably a similar one for the Ambule Phase 2 project? I don't see any.
Yeah, that's correct. Like I said, the intent was to, based on the decision made with moving forward, was to bring anything bond related to the January board. meeting.
Okay, Ambil wouldn't be wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ambil, you said, I'm sorry, I was getting late. I was thinking Aliso VA.
Okay, well,
Yes,
It would
yes,
be
yes,
Aliso, Dana, and Ambule in January.
My understanding, with the approval of this board agenda item, I think we were asking for approval for Ambule already within this.
Okay, so Ambule, I mean, for the architect and all that, that
Right.
comes back at another time.
That'll be in the contract listing, correct?
Okay, all right, thank you. So we have a,
So that we're fully transparent, that's what we're back.
okay. No, no, this is just the contract listing under number 8.
So, and I think what I'm hearing my staff say too is that they are supportive of you not approving this tonight and let us bring it back in January as
Okay.
proper procedure.
Got it? Okay, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. Passes 7-0. Item 27. This was pulled by trustee Davis. Yes.
Progress. We've kind of allowed it a bit too long, and it's hard for me to walk away from that. I would love our district to rewrite our own survey if we must. And I would like, I just want, what's the purpose of asking these questions? Who receives the information? What do you do with it? When we're asking fifth graders what their sexual orientation is, they haven't even had a period. Girls haven't even had a period in fifth grade often. Do we sell it? What do we do with this? I don't really understand why we have some of these questions, and I would like us to look at rewriting it.
Would you like me to clarify on some of those items?
Please.
So first, it is used in a variety of ways, and it is not, we do not sell it. It is used for the district dashboard for the state. It is used for WASC accreditation. It is used by our schools to measure school culture and climate. For example, I was at a school visit recently to Marco Forster, and Principal Thompson was reviewing the data to show, okay, students, the CHICS data was showing the level of student safety. How do students feel safe or not? Do they feel harassed or not? She looked at it with the staff and said, from previous year to this year, we have a decrease in these cases and an increase here. And this is showing that our PBIS, our positive behavior systems, is having an impact. Our counseling is having an impact on how students feel safe. So they were able to pinpoint their plans for counseling and for their positive behavior system, and they were using the CHICS data for that purpose. As it says in here, West Ed does not allow us to remove questions or to change the survey in any way, and that is why we are very transparent about the questions that are being asked. The parent notice actually tells parents what will be asked, has a link to the survey so parents can see it. And then parents obviously can opt out of this survey and for the middle school grades, and then they have to opt in for the elementary grade. And the elementary grade does not have any of those types of questions. The fifth grade does not have those types of questions. So it also allows us to compare ourselves against other districts. If we were to create our own survey, we have no baseline against any other districts in the state. So this way we actually can say, here's where Capistrano measures against similar districts and what can we learn from what they're doing versus what's working for us. So those would be the reasons. The main reasons for using it is it's again, not for financial gain. It is for, we use the data by school sites. We use it for WASC. We can use it as baseline against other districts. And we use it in our, to measure our success with the multi-tiered system of supports and social, emotional, and behavior.
And the county uses it too. County looks at it. and
That's
so does the
correct. That's why
state
they help fund it.
For basically the dashboard that says school climate. Trustee Hanachek.
Yes, just in a little walk down memory lane. Looks like in May 17th, the board, we voted to create our own parent engagement survey to meet one of the requirements of the dashboard and measures for LCAP. We developed that and in the spring, administered in the fall, but to make it a valid measure, it had to be validated by the Orange County Department of Ed, and that was expensive. So there's a cost component. So the following year, we moved to go to the CHIC parent component to meet this local measure for the LCAP because it was far more economical. So that obviously, as we've heard tonight, is very near and dear to this board to be as fiscally prudent as possible. Quick thing too, I think SB 699, did that pass? And I think that was, let me see, look at my notes here. Let's see, would require the State Board of Education to adopt a statewide school climate survey indicator based on data collected from the CHICS by requiring the state board to administer and make available the California Healthy Kids Survey, provide technical assistance to school districts, collect and analyze data regarding, this is the bill. And that was supported by PTA. So, so this is a positive, coherent survey that obviously, as Dr. Merwin pointed out, has multi-measures that we are able to use to not only protect our children, but to serve them as best we can. And it's the most fiscally viable one that we could produce.
Trustee Castellanos.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think it's important to remember that we want to educate the whole child. And when we can't teach math and reading and science, if we don't understand, if we don't realize what's going on inside of them, if they don't feel safe at school, things are going with their social emotional development, and we have to ask those questions. And when we get those answers, then it helps us to be better educators and educate in math. So I think this is valuable information that we get. And one of the reasons I think it's another important reason to use CHICS is that it's standardized. And then we can compare ourselves with other districts and see the best practices that they're doing and implement them here as well. So there's lots of reasons why a standardized assessment is useful and helpful. And so I appreciate this information. Thank you very much.
Trustee Bolikas.
I have a question. I was the trustee who asked about what were the two new questions that CHICS was asking. So case study. The question is asking them about transgender, and they've got 4 different options. So if we learn that we have, based on this, we can come up with a percentage. Like with LGBTQ, we've learned that there's I think it's something like 40% greater chance that those kids are suicidal. So if we learn about transgender in that population, is that the kind of information you can take and you're going to do something with it in counseling? Do we ever ask CHICS why they're asking, the question, what they're trying to get at? Because the other one is about, sexual jokes. How many times do you ever hear a sexual joke? Have you heard a sexual joke? I don't know. 0 times, 1 time, 2 to 3 times. I don't know what you do about that. I mean, obviously, you talk to the kids, that's a part of our program. You're respectful, you're kind, you're not making jokes that might hurt someone's feelings. But I just kind of wonder, like I say, do we have any questions that go back to them when they come up with these new questions? Or does it just make sense to you that, oh, that is a good new question?
We have, thank you for that question. We have asked West Ed in the past, and I believe even last year, there were a couple of questions where there were trustees had, it was either last year or the year before, I can't remember, where they were like, well, let's see if we can better understand that one. Let's see if we can remove that one. In West Ed. So we have had conversations with them, and we are very willing and open to have conversations again on these specific questions, et cetera, and just say, can you give us more rationale as to why that question is there? We know the answer is no, they will not be removed and cannot be changed, but they have talked to us in the past on why a certain question is there and why it's not. That is something we can
we can engage them
Do you
on
think you
it.
get
Happy to do
honest?
that.
Do you think you get honest answers from students on, it seems like high school students, middle school students, I don't know about fifth graders, I don't think, but they might think that's really funny and they might choose a different answer than what's real. I think sometimes with certain questions, you set yourself up for kids to be silly. And I think best practice is that you teach kids not to be disrespectful, period, no matter what. We don't need somebody to ask that question for us to say, yeah, we obviously need to teach kids best practice. We don't need these questions to then maybe jump in their mind, man, are other kids having these kinds of jokes? Am I the only one that doesn't this or this to that exact question? But as I read some of the questions, that's how it comes across, is that kids would be silly in their answers. And then you're not getting a true assessment of what you're really looking for.
WestHead has a validity rate. They have information on this. We should provide that to the board around how they have made this tried and true. I just don't remember the statistics off the top of my head, but I think that would be
Yeah, we can
important to
follow up
share.
on that. And this
Yeah.
has been, revised and refined over several years. So it's not the first time
And they asked-
WestEd has used this. So that it is, it is refined to have a high validity, high reliability rate. And then again, if, when you look at these questions and then you have chicks year over year, then schools can say, okay, the way we're teaching positive behavior and respect is making a difference or not, because the frequency of these questions the responses change year over year. So it allows schools to see if what they're doing, like you're saying, Trustee Davis, is actually working. Because if the frequency is increasing and the times they're hearing these jokes, then we realize, okay, maybe we need to change our strategies. If it's decreasing, then the school can say, okay, these strategies are working.
They also have, the statistics are behind it too, because there's several questions that are very similar and asked in a different way. So if somebody's being really funny and saying, yes, 100 times a day, and then the next question doesn't match with that, that triggers their algorithm. And they also we have sometimes not gotten results because of a small sample. There have been issues where
That's
either
correct.
it was
It's not statistically significant enough.
small class or too many people opted out or whatever the reason was. They say you can't give you any data because weren't enough answers. Trustee Jones.
I want to contrast this with Chaya because I think that we started getting objections to this about the time Chaya came out. And when we had our parent committee advising about Chaya, some of the more conservative parents had what I thought were some very valid objections, which was they wanted, a lot of people were saying to them, if you don't like it, just opt your kid out. And they said, well, we don't want to opt our kid out. We want them to learn this. We just don't, it goes too far for us. So, and I think that was valid and in some, we worked on it and I think we got it more palatable for them, but there was only so far we could go because there were things we had to do. But this is different in that this is not something where, you like, oh, I want my kid to be able to do this. I want these questions out so my kids can take this thing. So I understand the objection, but one can just opt out. And for fifth grade, you have to opt in. So you only take it if your parent sends in a permission slip saying, yes, they may do it. The other is opt out, but, and actually, I have to tell you that this letter that's in here, I edited because I wanted it to say, your student will not be penalized or discriminated against in any way for opting out of this survey. I wanted parents to know that it was perfectly fine for us. I edited this very heavily, as I think Brian knows, because it was important to me that parents feel comfortable with the whole idea of opting out. So it's not like Chaya in that you would like it to be a little bit milder so your kid could do it. This is something just no, you don't care one way or the other, just opt them out. So
Then it skews the results. So it comes back to the point of it skews the results. So yeah, a whole massive group of people can opt out
Mhm.
and then it skews the results. So then it
No, I don't
kind
know
of
if it
takes that
skews
away. So
the results. I mean, I think that in any particular group, there's a certain number of kids who are questioning their sexuality. There's a certain number of kids who are smoking. There's a certain number of kids, whatever. So anyway, that I just wanted to make that point. So anyway, I'm done.
Trustee Bolus?
This is kind of a question that would be a test of the memory. So I understand the use of this, and so it is for the principals to use in the culture of their school and all. To your memory, have we ever had a result come back from a particular school where the principal just said, that does not sound like my kids, my population? Or does it always seems enlightening and, oh, we could improve this? I just wondered, about the accuracy. Have we ever had like, oh, this just seems really skewed? That's my question.
Speaking in general terms, and to the best of my recollection, to the different principal meetings over the years where we present the data and the principals review it and talk to their peers about it. Again, I'm trying to, that's my recollection. There's never been a significant reaction to say, oh my gosh, that can't be right. It was like, okay. So maybe it was a little, gosh, that's a little higher than I thought, or a little lower than I thought, but it wasn't like that is completely out of the ballpark. It was affirming
I do think,
and thought provoking.
I do think it motivated some schools to really look at their PBIS programs more carefully. I don't remember if that was 3 or 4 years ago. I remember those conversations and making sure they were doing more positive reinforcement. Some of our schools had such good PBIS and signage and those tickets and all kinds of ways, but we really made a huge push. And I remember individual schools are coming to mind right now that made those shifts without picking on anybody, which was, I think, a really good outcome of looking at this data and making sure those cultural pieces were on campus for every school.
And I think prior to us adding all the extra counselors on campuses, I believe, I was shocked to see it was like 15% of all high school kids had considered suicide. And I think there was some number like that, and that's what prompted us to reinforce that.
Martha, I'm going to make a quick comment, and I think we should call the vote. We've had a lot of talk this evening, and this is going to keep going. And I can hear the concerns about children being exposed to, whether it was through novels or movies or a survey. At the end of the day, there is a villain in the room, and it's called this. So if you want to not have your children exposed, they're exposed to everything here. And I have to admit, Mike Darnold did an incredible, presentation on porn, right? It ramps up. It's just sitting there. They're all laughing at us with our darling conversations, and we care about what our kids are exposed to. Maybe this board could look at, or we have PTA something. This is the problem, as Dr. Weichman said, with all the suicides at Dana Hills High School, or not at Dana Hills High School, he did a series at Dana Hills High School. He said the advent of the smartphone is what has propelled young people to have suicidal ideations, to have this anxiety disorder. It never leaves them. So I'm sorry, folks, this is it. So everything else is kind of quaint. So can we call the vote?
We need a motion first.
I move the item.
Second, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Passes 6-1. I'll have a motion to adjourn the meeting, but we don't leave because we have our other meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Passes 7-0.
I would like to remind the board that we would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Tim Brooks, Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services. And the time is now 12:11.
I would like to ask for 30 seconds of quiet and then we'll open the next meeting. Thank you, trustees. The script on this or not?
Yes, keep going. It's
In the back of
it continues. The script continues. Page 22.
Sorry. Are we still recording? Good evening and good morning and welcome to the December 15th/16th Facilities Corporation meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District Board of Directors. The meeting is now in session. The time is 12:14 a.m. Mrs. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Director Bronstein.
Here.
Director Bullicus.
Here.
Director Castellanos.
Here.
Director Davis.
Here.
Director Hanachek.
Here.
Director Jones.
Here.
Director McNicholas.
Here. Please stand. I will lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Bolus. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, it's a roll call, isn't it? Sorry.
Aye.
Director Bullicus.
Aye.
Director Castellanos. Aye. Director Davis. Aye. Director Hanachek.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director McNicholas.
Aye. Okay, we have one item. We have two items. Adoption of the corporation resolution 2021-01, resolution of the Board of Directors of the Capistrano Unified School District Facilities Corporation holding annual meeting and electing officers of the corporation. May I have a motion to adopt resolution 2021-1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Jones, second by trustee Davis. Roll call, please.
Director Bronstein.
Aye.
Director Bullicus.
Aye.
Director Castellanos.
Aye.
Director Davis.
Aye.
Director Hanachek.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director McNicholas.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Second item, approval of the minutes of the December 16th, 2020 Board of Directors meeting. May I have a motion to adopt the minutes of the December,
Second.
moved by trustee Bolus, second by trustee Davis. Mrs. Hayes, roll call.
Director Bronstein.
Aye.
Director Bullicus.
Aye.
Director Castellanos.
Aye.
Director Davis.
Aye.
Director Hanachek.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director McNicholas.
Aye, passes. Motion carries 6-7-0. If there's no other matters, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's another roll call, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Bolus. It's another roll call, please. It says
Okay, I like
on my script,
third time to be a director.
last page.
So cool.
Director Bronstein.
Aye.
Director Bullicus.
Aye.
Director Castellanos. Director Davis.
Aye.
Director Hanachek.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion
Morning.
7-0. The time is now 12:15 a.m.